Okay, now we'll record. But I don't know where the rest of my council is.
Dawn,
Yes,
Leslie and Mary both are having difficulty. I was going to send them my invite. Do you think that'll
and
work?
John, and John.
Okay, let me see what I can do.
Thank you.
Yes, I'll forward it to you by email. Okay, bye.
Are we gonna be able to get this fixed once we get the new servers in town, Don?
Uh-huh.
Um,
Are they members of the public? And they're not able to log in? Yeah. Okay. Okay, let me let Dawn know. Just a second. Dawn, there are several members of the public who aren't able to log in using the login we have on the agenda.
wow, okay. Um,
I think it's
not
probably
sure.
asking for that ID, which is what the problem Scott had.
Right. I'm not sure how I would fix that from here. Rochelle, how do we, do you have any idea how to fix the password requirement?
Yes. Sorry, can you mute yours, please?
Okay,
Um,
I'm sorry.
just- Okay. The meeting ID is 868-158-36405, and the passcode to get in is 688463.
688-4663.
Then you're gonna have to admit him as a panelist, Don. That's how I got in.
No, I moved you. I saw you and I moved you in. So Shauna, did you get the password? If people are calling you, Shauna?
I just forwarded both council members the link that I got from you, and it has
Right.
that number in it. It does have that login.
And it works.
It does work. I did. Yes.
Mary, put the number 688-463.
But Leslie's on.
Are you both in? Looks like you're both in. Okay, great. Great.
Here's Mary.
You're welcome.
So some folks might be coming on that are members of the public, but are working, are coming in through that code.
Right. So I'm monitoring the attendees.
Okay.
I think John. I just sent John that same passcode, so hopefully he saw that.
And I put the passcode and ID number in the question and answer area.
Okay, I see it. Thank you.
Okay, muting myself now.
Yeah, the passcode just worked for one of our guest speakers. So John's the only one still out there that I haven't seen. So I don't know where John.
We definitely need to upgrade the system.
I don't think it's an internet issue. I think it's a Zoom issue.
Well, what's happening is that when we get the agenda, the link is different. There's a different link for the meeting and a different link for the webinar. So yeah, as an attendees, you don't have the same as
Yeah.
so that's what's happening.
Yeah.
If I may say something, hi, it's Michelle.
Go ahead.
I don't actually think anybody has the code to get in. You're probably experiencing that. If we post it publicly, maybe someone might be able to, more additional people might be able to get access.
I'm working on posting it now, Michelle. This is Rochelle. I met you earlier today.
Awesome, thank you.
And Darlene is on in attendees, Darlene Boyd. So she got in. I'm not sure what's going on with John.
Hello.
Okay, John should be in the group somewhere.
He's on the attendees, Don.
Oh, I tried to
And so is Charlie
Okay.
and Liz.
That's okay, Cesar.
Okay.
They can get promoted as we move along.
Where's Charlie? Oh, John's on.
Okay.
Just waiting for audio and video for John. There we go.
Yay! Yay!
Full boat. Okay, I'd like to call this regular city council meeting to order of June 15th, 2021 at 6:18. I apologize to all who are in attendance. We are experiencing technical difficulties and hope to have them all corrected now. City Manager Don, can you please take us out of the special meeting?
Sure. And the council, in closed session, reviewed the city manager's performance and is offering to restore health benefits for the city manager's contract and to amend the contract with the cost of living increase and a $5,000 merit increase. So those are the actions as summarized to amend the city manager's contract by changing the compensation thusly.
Thank you very much. This meeting will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N2920. In order to minimize the spread of COVID-19 virus, the City Council
Get it on my computer, please.
The City Council is conducting this meeting by Zoom conference and will be offering alternative options for public participation. You are encouraged to watch the meeting live on Zoom or Facebook. Please follow the governor's guidelines and the CDC guidelines regarding preventative measures and do your part to help flatten the curve and prevent further spread of COVID-19. Public comment will be taken on the agenda items before action is taken by the City Council. During the meeting, to provide verbal public comments on the agenda items during this call the phone number listed above or log into Zoom and enter the meeting ID listed above. Phone number 669-900-6833. Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Friels, will you please start us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. May I please have a roll call?
Councilmember Edge,
Here.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Present.
Councilmember Friels,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Here.
Mayor Jordan,
Here. Thank you very much. Public comments on items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter of the jurisdiction of the City Council. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons desiring to address the council on matters not on this agenda. The law does not permit council action or extend discussion on any item not on the agenda except under special circumstances. If the council action is requested, the council may place the matter on a future agenda. Do we have any public comments on items not on the agenda?
if you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 now. Madam Mayor, we have no public comments at this time.
Thank you very much. Consent items. All matters listed under the consent agenda may be enacted by one motion authorizing action indicated for those items so designated. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless requested by a member of the City Council, a staff member, or a citizen. Council members, is there Are there any items that you would like to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Edge?
I don't really have anything that I want to pull. I want to make a correction for the minutes, April, I think it's April 20th. There's an error.
Okay, we'll take that one up in a minute. Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores,
No, go ahead.
Councilmember Friels,
Nope, I'm fine, thank you.
Councilmember Freeman,
Nothing to pull. Thank you.
thank you. Okay, Councilmember Edge,
I just wanted to make a correction on a motion that was made on item 5E. It states that the motion was carried unanimously, and I voted against that motion.
thank you very much.
What?
Are there any public comments on this?
If you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 now. There are no public comments.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Can I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
And that motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
with the changes to the,
With modifications to item 5E on the April 20th, 2021 minutes, noting that Councilmember Edge voted against the item.
thank you very much. Presentations, informal items, and reports. A presentation of Measure G, Transportation Safety and Investment Plan Activities and Expenditures by Mary Gilbert and Veronica Lizama of the San Benito County Council of Governments. Mary, Veronica, are you, hi, Mary.
Hi, good evening. And Veronica is also here on the line. And she's going to be sharing her screen with the PowerPoint that we've put together to give you an update on our Measure G activities. And so it'll be kind of it'll be a joint presentation tonight. And we thank you very much for having us and for your time. So we'll go through the presentation. And if you have any questions at the end, we're happy to talk and give updates or information on the different work that the Council of Governments is doing. So just to introduce myself, Mary Gilbert, Executive Director of COG, Veronica Lizama can introduce herself when she's perhaps, but she's our lead transportation planner working on our Measure G program management. So go ahead, Veronica. We're going to go ahead and just we'll report on project progress and milestones that we've met to date, and give you more information on some of the projects that we're working on. Veronica, I'll go ahead and hand it over to you now.
She's unmuted, I think.
Okay, I'm waiting for it.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Now, yes.
Okay, great. My headset was not working. I apologize about that. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. For this presentation, the Council will hear about the projects that have been constructed to date, the launch of the new Measure G website, an update on Highway 25, Measure G revenue distributions, next steps of the Measure G action plan, and lastly, of course, answer any questions that the Council may have. So COG would like to start by congratulating the City of San Juan Bautista and your staff for completing the first project funded under Measure G. The 3rd Street project was constructed in 2020 and consisted of pavement resurfacing between Tuolumne and McCollum Street. And of course, the county also merits acknowledgement as they have completed pavement resurfacing of 2 major collectors, Buena Vista and Southside Roads, as well as resurfacing of 1 minor arterial, that being Union Road. As of today, the county has delivered a total of over $2 million in local roadway improvements. And for the city of Hollister, there are no reportable Measure G constructed projects at this time. However, the city has been actively resurfacing roadway projects with other non-Measure G funding. The city of Hollister is currently building on the accumulation of their Measure G apportionments prior to initiating any projects. And as we kick off the construction of Measure G projects, COG will be identifying those completed projects on a new interactive map. This tool will allow the public to query projects based on local jurisdiction, political boundaries such as supervisorial and city council district, as well as by project type. And all of this information will live on the new Measure G website, which is now live on the COG website, which is sanbenitocog.org/Measure G. We hope that this new website will serve as a resource to the public, and the implementation of this website is part of COG's commitment to San Benito voters to ensure transparency and accountability of Measure G. So at this time, I would like to turn it over to Mary for an update on Highway 25.
Sure. Thanks, Veronica. And yeah, we're really excited that that the projects are getting constructed and that we're able to get that information out to the community through that website. So Measure G is divided into 3 tiers, and this is how it was developed and approved by the voters. So Tier 1 is Highway 25, which takes up a large portion of the Measure G funding, but we made a commitment to the voters that we would also be maximizing our federal and state investments in the project to free up funds for other local roads. So we requested $10 million from Congressman Jimmy Panetta's office, and we are very happy to report that it's moving through the process, and the congressman was very supportive of the project and our need in this community and recognized that. So we're hopeful that that request will be approved at the federal level. And also we have secured a total of $2.5 million in state funding for the Highway 25 project environmental process. We did receive a total of $5 million from the state to match with our Measure G funds, but at this time we're using $2.5 million for the environmental process, and another $2.5 million is actually going to the Highway 156 project. But that was a total of $5 million in state funds that we're happy that we received. So overall, Measure G revenues, we've generated $17.6 million, our taxpayers have generated, since we began collecting the tax, and that was in April of 2019. So this chart displays the COG board approved distributions of funding. So the Council of Governments Board of Directors, of which your council member Edge sits on this year, approved a funding distribution to the different tiers of projects for about a 4-year time period. And that's what this chart is showing right here. It also, so $5.2 million was set aside for Tier 1, and that's the funding for the Highway 25 project. Another $10.9 million was for Tier 2 projects, which are these direct allocations to the local jurisdictions, and I'll show that more in the next slide. And then there's $1.2 million set aside right now for Tier 3, which is bicycle and pedestrian projects, as well as public transportation to support youth, seniors, and persons with disabilities. And then 1% is set aside for administrative costs. That's the maximum allowable amount under the measure that was approved. And so as many of you are probably seeing locally, sales tax revenue actually increased this fiscal year. Measure G, we saw a 14% increase compared to this time last year. And we've stayed on track with the projections that we had put together originally for the program. So despite all of the economic challenges that we've had over the last year, things have remained pretty stable. The next slide, please. This slide does show where we've begun distribution of Measure G Tier 2 funds to the local jurisdictions. So as you can see here, that was a lump sum, I believe, distribution to San Juan Bautista will be coming through. You recently approved a funding agreement with COG, so that funding is available of $547,000 $947. So that's what's available to you right now, and that will go to pay for the projects that you've been working on. And I think that so each jurisdiction does receive those tier 2 funds. So those balances will continue to carry forward, just as they will for San Juan Bautista, they will for the city and the county. And then on our work plan, just kind of next steps, we are working on a strategic communications and public outreach plan at COGS. So you'll be hearing more from us. And we want to just make sure that we're getting the information out to the community and answering questions that people have. We're doing a lot of work, but sometimes it's hard to communicate exactly, you know, what our goals are and what our accomplishments are. So we appreciate working with your staff and getting that information available to the community. We'll be putting out an annual report. Measure G does have an oversight committee, a citizens oversight committee. We have a representative that's a resident of the city of San Juan Bautista and on the committee this year. And we're working on an annual report that will be going out to the community. So that will show pretty much what you've seen here as far as where the projects are at and how much funding's been dispersed. And then we are continuing to update our financial projections and planning for the future, anticipated revenues, et cetera, and how they can be used on projects. And I think that concludes most of our remarks, but we're happy to answer any questions. Our contact information is here. And I'll just go ahead and give it back to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much for that presentation. Council members, questions, comments, concerns? Council Member Edge?
Thank you very much for the presentation, Veronica and Mary. And I'll see you girls on Thursday. Very nice presentation. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
No questions, but thank you, Mary and Veronica. You guys did a wonderful job. Thank you.
Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
No questions. Thank you very much. Great job, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you both. If you will hang out for just a moment longer, do we have any public comment?
If you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 now. We have no public comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for the presentation. Very enlightening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thanks for coming. Next, 4B, presentations of San Benito County Integrated Waste Management Green Business Program by Selena Stotler. Welcome, Selena. How are you doing?
Good. How is everyone?
Good. Thank you.
I have Brooke Wright with Environmental Innovations as well joining us. Can we promote her to panelist so she can share her screen? Brooke, do you have access yet?
I'm sorry, I'm looking for her.
She's on. I can see her.
There she is. Okay, there you go, Brooke. Thank you.
Okay.
Great, thanks, Brooke. A little bit of background, IWM, through a Joint Powers Authority, administers recycling and waste reduction programs such as Green Business to meet Tower Cycle mandates and report diversion progress to the state on behalf of our regional agency members, the City of Hollister, City of San Juan Bautista, and the County Unincorporated. Today, our contractor, Environmental Innovations, and myself will be sharing Green Business Program updates with a special focus on program resources and support provided to aid our small businesses in recovery during COVID. Additionally, the Board of Supervisors approved last week a regional agency contract amendment with Environmental Innovations to allow for continued Green Business Program support in San Benito County, as well as new source reduction programming support that we will go into more detail later. And then from Environmental Innovations, I have joining me Brooke Wright, the Monterey Regional Green Business Program Manager. Okay, next slide, Brooke. Next slide. Okay. So Green Business is part of a statewide program. Businesses who enroll are guided through a certification process that address environmental measures in the areas of energy, water, transportation, pollution prevention, source reduction, recycling, and more. These businesses receive free technical support, access to rebates and other free resources, and the education needed to green their operations, which is good for the environment and their bottom line. Our local program is part of the statewide network of green business programming for small to medium-sized businesses, and it includes a coalition of over 40 participating cities and counties, over 4,000 certified green businesses, and funding is provided by the state and matched by the participating program agencies. Next slide. At the local level, in San Benito County, we have grown from 0 certified green businesses in the beginning of 2018 to now 24 certified green businesses, 8 of which are located in San Juan Bautista. In 2020, we saw 19 businesses enroll in the Green Business Program who were actively working towards their certification. Integrated Waste Management staff continues to manage coordination and program development, but business outreach, resource and tool development, and much of the technical support to our businesses is provided by Environmental Innovations. Additionally, we have numerous program partners who make the success of this program possible, including the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce, our franchised hauler, Recology, and Water Resources Association of San Benito County. And Liz, the community business liaison with the city, has been a great supporter and advocate for our program in San Juan Bautista. So thank you, Liz. And we currently have 13 businesses enrolled in San Juan Bautista, 4 of which are super close to certification. So we're excited to see that move forward. Next slide. Oh, perfect. Thanks, Brooke. In addition to the free resources and support that is provided to our businesses, the county and our regional agency members see increased environmental outcomes. Environmental Innovations ran a report from March 2019 to the end of March 2021, and that shows our 24 certified green businesses have reduced their waste by almost 800,000 pounds, and additionally saved over 53,000 through green business practices. Next slide. Brooke is about to show a clip of a recent interview we had with Margot from Margot's Ice Cream Parlor in San Juan Bautista, who has been saving money each year as she's been reducing her waste, single-use items. She added organics collection via her Recology service, and overall using more environmentally friendly products. Brooke, we can't hear the volume. Here, Brooke, I'm going to go ahead and try on my screen.
Yeah, and even paper towels, napkins, the natural is cheaper than the white bleach ones. So, yeah, we're saving money.
Sorry, the audio is so poor. Were you able to hear any of it? I hope there was a little bit that came through.
What we can do is because we had 2 videos included in this presentation, we'll send those to the City Council and Dawn, and hope that you guys can watch them. One is of our mixer that we had this past in January of 2020, great video, and then this interview with Margot was priceless. So we hope you can watch those later. And I think Brooke is going to take over from here, talking a little bit more about our strategy for this past fiscal year and next fiscal year.
Great. There we are. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction, Selena. And I just want to say, it's funny, I didn't include this in the slide, but the day that we went out and did that in San Juan Bautista was one of the highlights of my year of working on green business programs, going out with Liz from the city and also with Recology and with Jan from IWM. It was really sweet to see how happy the businesses were to have some in-person outreach, and we brought them those little succulents. And anyways, it was a real joy. So I just wanted to share that. And that's when Margot gave that information about how she's been saving money through this program. So anyways, so yeah, it's again, Brooke Wright from Environmental Innovations, and it has been a joy to watch this program grow, especially in San Juan Bautista, where about 2.5 years ago, I was running an internship program and the college students were coming out and recruiting businesses to the program. And now we're seeing a lot of those businesses that we recruited back then going through the full certification. And it's been really sweet to see that and see San Juan Bautista being such a sustainability leader, not just in San Benito County, but really across the region. So my work as the regional program manager is I work with all 3 counties in Santa Cruz County, Monterey County, and San Benito. And we have several programs within those. Some of the cities run their own programs as well. And we work collaboratively. We have a Facebook page that is shared between all these areas and programs. We have an Instagram, and we also collaborate on events and some ad campaigns as well. So last year being such an interesting year, one of the first things we did is, as a region, is we came together to put together a webinar called Operation Green during COVID-19. And at that webinar, we had experts talk about the the funding opportunities available to small businesses at that time. But also, there were some environmental impacts to the shutdown that we also wanted to address through this webinar. So we addressed some of those financial needs that that businesses had in general. And then we also helped them learn about some of the sustainability efforts they could do even during the shutdown. So learning about cleaning and disinfecting in more non-toxic ways was one of the themes that we had there. And then also about foodware and being able to, use reusables or foodware that is compostable was also one of the main topics. We also had a virtual recognition event in October. Normally we do those in local, so they would just be in Hollister for San Benito County or in San Juan Bautista at St. Francis Retreat, for instance. But we decided, because it was virtual, we would do it across the whole region. So people who attended were able to hear stories and best practices and inspirations from different businesses across the region. So that was a really nice event. We also collaborated on a town hall with Assemblymember Robert Rivas at the Hollister High School. And in general, we support climate action planning across the region too, and have a lot of ways that our program ends up integrating with local climate action planning efforts. So I mentioned that we sometimes collaborate on ad campaigns. One thing that we did last year is we had a Small Business Saturday ad campaign that went out across the region. We also have, through our state funding, have had some rebate funds where businesses can use up to $500 per business to reimburse everything from recycled content paper bags to cleaning products that are approved by the program, to toilet paper, to, again, compostable foodware. So several of those businesses that received rebates in the county were located in San Juan Bautista. With similar funding in the coming year, these funds can also, again, be used for compostable ware that will integrate with the efforts to do outreach for the foodware ordinance. Lastly, we used the time of the shutdown to fine-tune our capacity to be able to work with businesses from afar. So we have stronger virtual audit processes in place and also tools through our Green Biz Tracker that's used across the state. So going forward, we're looking at how we can help businesses open up and sort of reinvent themselves as sustainability leaders as well. So again, we will have those rebates going forward, and we'll try to get more businesses on board to be sustainability leaders, and basically find ways to make our program really align with the local climate action planning work that's taking place and with the local ordinances. We'll be bringing on interns again to help with that recruitment and also with the marketing and promotions we do for businesses. We'll also be working with IWM and anybody else that were, Recology, to help the region meet its waste mandates. We'll be working more with restaurants and other users of foodware to help San Juan Bautista and the other jurisdictions with any foodware ordinance implementation needs. I'll mention now, I think I have this in my notes later, but we're actually putting on a webinar on June 30th, a virtual event where we will really focus on the needs of restaurants as they reopen fully this month, and also give them an advance opportunity to be able to get access to the funds that we have available for restaurants to be able to purchase sustainable foodware. We also, I work in Santa Cruz County. I work with another nonprofit here on their Green Schools program, and we'll be working on that throughout this next year. And I'll be working closely with Selena and all of the partners in San Benito County to see how much we can learn from that and be able to create a strategy to move forward on a Green Schools program in San Benito as well, where we can start to engage sustainability leaders in the student body itself and help them get excited and motivated to be certified as a green school. So lastly, I just want to point out that San Benito County, and that's largely also to do with the work right here in San Juan Bautista, has been recognized as a leader across the state. The San Benito County Green Business Program certified more businesses per the total business population in 2020 than any other similarly sized county. They were also one of the leaders in helping us develop an agricultural checklist, which we're really excited to be able to deploy in this coming year. We even have additional funding from the state that'll help pay that, so it won't just be coming from San Benito County. We're looking forward to this going into the new year. And again, we have this webinar coming up on June 30th and hope that a good portion of the restaurants in San Juan Bautista can participate so they can take advantage of those free funds and other resources that we'll be delivering through that webinar. And I think that's it. Back to you, Selena.
Yeah, we really just wanted to present and share what we've been up to, what we plan to move forward with, and hear from you all any feedback, recommendations, and really get to move these programs forward into the next fiscal year. Thank you for the time. It's been a pleasure working with everyone.
Thank you very much, Selena and Brooke. Thanks for the presentation. Questions, comments, and concerns from the council? Councilmember Edge?
I really don't have any questions. Very nice presentation, and it's very encouraging. I just want to let you know that I have a neighbor, and she does a lot of composting. And so when we put our garbage out on Friday, or actually Thursday night, we hardly ever have anything because we give her all of our garbage, and she composts everything. And it's encouraging to know that we have people getting involved and such. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
No comments other than nice presentation. Thank you. Love the work you guys do.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
No questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
No real questions, just a comment on nice presentation, great presentation, and look forward to working with you guys on maybe our plastics ordinance and getting a little help on helping the restaurants move along in their path to a greener, cleaner San Juan Bautista.
Thank you very much. Nice to hear how many of our downtown are going green and continue to stay green. That's wonderful. Thank you all for all of the help that you have given us. Thank you very much. Do we have any comments from the public?
If you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 on your telephone keypad now. We have Fran Fitzharris joining us. Fran, when we move you into the panelists, please unmute yourself.
Okay, I think I'm here.
Thank you, Fran. Welcome.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you also. Great presentation. I've had some conversations with Selena and just kind of walking her through what kind of business I have. I'm Brewery 25, so I'm a beer manufacturer with a remote tasting room in downtown San Juan Bautista, and just kind of introducing my business so she could better understand how to help me. And one of the things that I brought up is there isn't anybody that doesn't want to be a green business. We all want to be a green business, and we all want to move in that direction. It really just comes down to having the time to do it, and of course the resources and funding to do it. That's really where we struggle, especially as we're coming out of the pandemic and we're very short employees. So a lot of us are still hands-on in our business and don't really have a lot of time at the desk. And so I'll suggest what I suggested before, and that is, as much as you can, come out and, you know, physically see us, audit us, see what we're doing, see what we have, and then tell us what our options are, you know, cost, examples, what we need to do, like have a face-to-face exchange, and also a note that you leave us with, you know, almost like an audit piece of paper that says, we looked at your business and this is what we suggest. As much of the homework as you guys can do for us will help us get this done faster. It's just the nature of hospitality, especially right now after the year we've gone through. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We have one more public comment from Thankful Company. And as you get moved into our panelists, please unmute yourself.
Thank you and welcome.
Hi, my name is Helena Walton, and I am the owner of Thankful Co. and a couple other businesses. And I just wanted to say we are a green business, and they did work closely with us, along with our liaison for the city, to get to where we were certified and to start the process on the other 2 companies that we have. And so I was very appreciative on being able to tell my customers that we're green, and going through the process was very refreshing and rewarding, because I got to find out what are the things I could do to reduce my carbon imprint. And so I just want to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity to participate in the program and help to do good and continue on with the process.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, there are no other public comments at this time.
Thank you. Thank you again, Selena and Brooke. Wonderful presentation. We appreciate all you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, 4C, Treasurer's Report and Monthly Financial Statements by our City Treasurer, Michelle Sabathia. Welcome, Michelle.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, you're
Perfect.
good.
Awesome. So good evening, Mayor, council members. So let's just jump into the financials and get a quick overview of it. So for our general fund, year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of $229,000, and month over month, we saw an increase of $172,000. So what does that mean? The increase was mainly due to our franchise revenue, and additionally, we had some sales tax and property tax that continue to be healthy contributors as well to our revenue. So that's something to know. On the expenditure side, you'll see on the warrant listing that we paid out our normal vendors. I wouldn't say that there's any big call outs there to make a note of. And then if we move down into the enterprise funds, for the water enterprise fund, year to date, our net effect was currently a positive balance of $402,000. The month over month change was an increase of $45,000. And the increase in revenue was predominantly related to higher water usage, which is what we saw the last couple of months. And on the expenditure side, there were no new big call outs to mention. So for this particular month, but so that's where I'm at right now with that. And then for our sewer enterprise fund, year to date, our net effect is currently still a positive balance of $240,000. And then month over month, we saw an increase of $14,000. So what does this mean? So I wanted to just point out, and Dawn, feel free to correct me if I say it wrong, so I do apologize. So for the increase for this month particularly, it wasn't predominantly new money being added into the account. Upon review with Wendy and Dawn, they noticed that there was an expense that was mistakenly charged to the sewer enterprise fund. And once they were able to review that, they, I call it reclass, but they corrected that and they moved it over to the capital fund, which is where it truly belonged, which is saying that essentially our expenditures decreased, meaning that our revenues went up slightly. So it's a good thing. It's not anything bad, but it's just something to mention so that you guys should be aware of. And then expenditures overall for this month on the sewer side are slightly trending down. So that's positive. And then one other thing that I just wanted to mention, just so you guys are aware, on the expenditure side for the enterprise funds, this month was slightly lower, but next month there's going to be a potential shift, which is 2 big ticket items. Dawn might have already mentioned this, but I'll just call it out one more time. In our water enterprise fund, you should expect to see, sorry, I'm looking at my notes. We should expect to see a repair for well 1. It is damaged, and they are going to need to replace that. So that's something to note. And on the sewer fund, we should expect to see a charge potentially next month or in the month after that for the electrical panel that was replaced for the wastewater treatment plan. So that's all I have for now, but that was a lot to take in. So if you have questions, feel free to let me know.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, or concerns from our council, Council Member Edge?
Michelle, you're awesome. I need you to help me with numbers. So yeah, no, thank you so much for such a thorough report. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Thank you, Michelle. That's it. No comments. Good job.
Thank you. Council Member Friels?
No questions. Thank you very much, Michelle. Appreciate it.
Council Member Freeman?
No questions. It was so thorough. It's hard to have a question. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you for your thoroughness, Michelle. Nice to hear. Do we have any questions, comments, or concerns from the public?
If you have a public comment, please raise your hand now or dial *9 on your telephone keypad. Madam Mayor, we have no public comments.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I did see one, Mayor, I did see one question, and it's the person entering here on phone, 673-2269. Did you have a question on the financial report? I'm not sure who that is.
If they do have a question, you can always email me, and if I can't answer the email for any reason, I'm happy to always connect with Dawn.
Good evening. I've been unmuted. This is Jackie Morris Lopez. Just want to say on a previous public comment question, a couple items before, I also did depress the *9 and it was not recognized. So I think there still might be some technical issues. But my question for the treasurer is on the expenditure column, specifically the San Benito County Communications Division. There was an expenditure for this quarter of $63,222.67. What is that for? What is San Benito County Communications Division?
So that's a great question. I don't actually think I have the answer at hand, but we do have Dawn here with us.
Right.
But if you can't, go ahead.
No, I
So
saw that.
you're doing, can I comment? So you're in charge of doing the math and the counting, but you're not familiar with what you are working with, what the item is?
Thanks, Jackie, for your question. I actually don't manage all of the financials. I actually just oversee the budget and assist with Dawn on that matter. I don't actually cut every check, and we're working on my role as to what is being cut and what and how the expenditures are being allocated. So I'm happy to connect with you offline so that I can answer any questions that you have particularly into that matter. If I don't have it at
No, I
hand, I'm
think
always
my
happy to
question-
look at the financials and answer
Okay.
that for you.
I think just as a public comment, since we are addressing this publicly, it jumps out to me as the largest expenditure. So that is why I'm asking the question, and I can take it online, please. Thank you. So if you
Yeah, not a
can't answer
problem.
it
So I
today,
have an answer.
Dawn can.
Oh, great. Thank you,
Dawn.
Dawn.
Yes, that is payment for 911 services, or a 911 call service is provided by Santa Cruz County. And for some reason, there were like 9 months in back payments that all came together at once. So we don't pay $69,000 a year for that. In fact, we budgeted about $90,000 a year total. And they hadn't been billing us. And so we called them on it, and they said, oh, okay, so this is the County of Santa Cruz sending us a bill for 911 services, and that's what that's about.
Okay. Not aware that it went to Santa Cruz County. I thought it wasn't within our county, but thank you for the breakdown and the specifics. So it looks like they were in arrears of billing us, and so the city has this huge item that's listed for this list. Thank you.
You're welcome. And was there another hand up?
There was Vonda Guibert, but it looks like her hand is down now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you all very much. Thank you again, Michelle.
Not a problem. And again, if there's any questions that I can't answer or that anyone wants to, pick out, happy to answer them. Feel free to email me. If I can't answer it, then I will guide us to Wendy, who's great and can always assist us. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 4D, City Manager's Report. City Manager Don Reynolds, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Great. So there is a lot of the status of the projects I'm working on later in the agenda, so I'll just round up a few things. I sent a couple pages of responses yesterday to the council. I don't know that you've had a chance to read through all of them, but here are some of the highlights. Of course, we welcomed Brian Fouch, AICP Planning Director, Assistant City Manager, to the city in a reception that was very well attended. Thank you to everyone who was able to attend. That was a great event. He's taken a little break with his grandkids, as we knew when we hired him. So he'll be back on board later this week as I leave on vacation. So, and thank you for the vacation. I appreciate that, taking a little bit of time off. I'll be back in the office in time for a special meeting of the Planning Commission on the 22nd, where we're going to focus just on the accessory dwelling units and trying to go into some depth on that with the Planning Commission and the Historic Resources Board. So that's around the corner a week from tonight. We've been negotiating 2 agreements for the roundabout. It's technically 3. The agreement that we brought forward in the form of a letter in February with the Loaizas has been turned on its head, more or less. They hired an attorney, and so we've been working with them, and we had a really productive meeting last week. They do not want to surrender the right-of-way as a separate deed. Instead, they want to have it recorded with their parcel map. And so their parcel map is still in process. They're still working on site improvement cost estimates and other things with the city engineer. So they've offered a license agreement whereby Meritage would have the right to come on to the property and initiate construction of the roundabout. So that's progress. It's slow in coming. I thought I had this nailed in February, and we're just now starting to turn the bend again on the second iteration. We also have a subdivision improvement agreement with the Loaizas so we can avoid this situation in the future. So those are 2 agreements related to the property adjacent and east and south of Meritage, Rancho Vista, and they have asked us to execute a reimbursement agreement so that as future developers come in the area, that they would pay their fair share of the roundabout The tentative map for the Loesos was already approved, so they are not contributing to it. But in the future, say for a 10-year term, should new developers come forward, they would help repay Meritage. So this is not a reimbursement agreement that the city is reimbursing anybody for. It's just a reimbursement agreement that the city holds on behalf of Meritage in case there are future developers to contribute. The new gas station is always on people's minds in our community, and it should be. The temporary use, the fruit stand that popped up a couple weeks ago, came in the Monday after we talked to them on Friday, and is fully in compliance now with our temporary use of land permit in hand, knowledgeable about the signs and so forth. So we did get them up to speed. Of course, they have the developer's approval to use that property as a fruit stand. And in fact, the owner was optimistic, hopeful that he would incorporate a fruit stand into his development, which would be great as compared to the traditional AM/PM market type of use that was approved. Fruit stand would be much more. I think our community would benefit more from a fruit stand. So negotiating a development agreement with them. Their building permit is ready to be issued. But the development agreement will define when and how they pay their impact fees, over $100,000 in fees that are due to them. So we've had 2 iterations on this development agreement. City attorney is helping us with that. And we're working with Caltrans to get their right-hand turn lane approved, RTL. And we need to converse with the property owner there about just a couple hundred square feet of property is needed to continue the sidewalk around the corner where that historic house is. It will not impact the house. It will not impact the tree. Just a very small piece of property that we're trying to help the gas station negotiate. Casa Rosa has been issued building permits, and we are working with some of the property owners to help with parking. I received a call from one of them today, but we were both too busy to talk about it. But the good news is people often ask about the status of Casa Rosa, and they have been issued building permits. So finally, that one is moving forward. 70 Muckalemme was the focus of our housing element. We rezoned it so that we could fit affordable housing on that parcel. It's a fairly large parcel. The San Benito Community Health Foundation bought that when the Rodriguez family put it up for sale. So what does that mean? They also own the property right across from the Valero. So they own now both lots across from the Valero and the Manning property, and they're going to develop housing, employee housing there. So we had a kickoff meeting with them. They just closed escrow, and they're really excited. Other permits that are moving forward include Brewery 25's relocation and the reuse of the old hardware store there. We're working with the owner of that store. They're improving some restrooms, and we're trying to get that all straightened out for Brewery 25 so they can move in. The water store is ready to rock. We finally got that one out the door. So those are 2 good positive things to share with the city council and the community. Things to look forward to, new businesses opening up. And then the other matters, water, COVID, and other things are in our many discussion items. So that's basically it on my status report for now. And that's where we're at. I'm happy to answer any questions, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns? Councilmember Edge.
You're muted.
Please unmute yourself. Mary, please unmute. There you go.
Sorry. Dawn, can I see the list again? I just want to be able to follow what I wanted to ask.
It's just 2 pages, right?
So the roundabout. So are you saying that Meritage is not going to, in the end, pay for it? They're going to be reimbursed by other developers in the future?
So their point, and the city attorney can help me out, but as I understand it, they are conditioned to build the roundabout. But if another developer were to come in, that would probably require annexation of land into the city and other processes. But if another developer came in, and impacted traffic at that roundabout, then they would be required to pay their fair share. So they would be reimbursing Meritage. But for now, Meritage is ready to build the roundabout. They just want to have this reimbursement agreement in place first, and that'll come to the council for approval. So we'll have more time to talk about that.
Okay,
That's
and
correct,
so-
and they have a bond too. There's a bond in place, so if they don't build it, we can take their bond.
Okay, and then I mean, I know I ask you this all the time, Dawn. How soon are we looking, what's the time frame to get going on it?
We have traded agreements with both parties twice now, so, and Deb can speak to this. I think we're close to the final version, or Julie is also on the line today. She could speak to the status of these two agreements.
Last version of the reimbursement agreement looked fine to me.
That's a good thing. So maybe it can come forward in July. That would be great.
Oh, well, that's great. Okay. All right. And the right lane turn, the right lane turn for the gas station, are they going to have to move that light? How is that going to work?
Yes. So, and that's one of the biggest concerns for the developer and the city. Caltrans added a bike lane to the right-hand turn lane there, which was a surprise and caused the turn lane to be wider than anticipated. So the estimates from 2016 did not take that into consideration. The bike lane is causing that pole to be moved and making it a much larger and complicated project than anticipated. And as a result, the final set of plans that was sent to Caltrans has now been sent from District 5 to Sacramento because it is a bigger project than they anticipated. So Caltrans' review of that is happening at a glacier pace. I'll just put it that way.
Okay. All right. All right. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Flores?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
If I could just, I'm looking at the first page. Could I see the next page, please, Don?
Sure.
Okay, the 70 McCollum, we approved that as a mixed use, and that was going to take care of some of our housing elements as far as the apartment complexes or the apartments on the top. Are they, and the reason we did that because under some of the new laws out there is that because we were being pushed to change the zoning, if the state was going to do it for us and deem it an R3 residential multifamily residential, we wouldn't have had any control over what the apartments look like. The commercial or the mixed use, there's a caveat in there, the commercial and mixed use, we would have control over what the apartments looked like, the whole buildings themselves would look like. So in other words, we avoided 20 some odd, San Jose style garden apartments. Is Samuel County Health Foundation talking about doing a mixed use in there of some sort?
They haven't decided yet. The reason of our kickoff meeting was to see what their options were. So fortunately, we had David Mack and Brian in on the call, in on the meeting, and the Zoom meeting with them. They're okay building 100% housing there, and they're also okay building low income and affordable housing there. They're looking for housing that's suitable for the income ranges of their staff. They have a hard time recruiting staff because their staff has a hard time finding housing. So that was their main goal. Remember, they can build up to 83 units there, I think the zoning would allow. And I don't know that they want to develop that intensely. But at this time, council member, we're not sure if it's going to be mixed use or not. But here's the catch, here's the caveat. They cannot sell the property if they buy it with Community Health Foundation funds. So basically, they're a federally approved health clinic, and so they would be using federal money, and so that money needs to stay with the government. So they wouldn't have any product that they could sell. So there would not be homes for sale. There would probably be homes for rent. But we're talking about that caveat as well. It's unique. They're a unique development partner, and so they have some quirky little things about them. Much like working with a college, they kept using the UC Santa Cruz housing model, where, of course, the state of California is not going to sell university property, and to that same extent, the Health Foundation can't sell property bought with federal funds. So probably mostly rental and a pretty generous set of affordable rental would go in there, either in the form of apartments, a multifamily, or little townhomes or something of that nature. They really haven't decided.
Okay, I don't remember 83 units being on the board for a mixed use. That seemed pretty. I mean, it's something we can hash out later. Unless are they talking about combining those two pieces of property?
No, they want the commercial property and the clinic to be separate from the housing property. And they're not. I'm not suggesting that they are going to build 83 units. That's just the potential. After we rezoned it with pretty high density and a pretty big parcel, so it could be that high. But you're right. This is all to be hashed out. I just they haven't decided.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And then is this the second page, or is there one more? I think that's it, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Good. It's good to hear that Brewery 25 is moving forward, and the water store, we're getting that done. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure. And Minnie, our permit tech, our building official, had a lot to do with that. So.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
Just to follow up on what Scott said, I would really like to see those homes, however many they are, that the Health Foundation is going to build. I really want to see them to be affordable for both low income and moderate income people. So because we have quite a few that need housing badly. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Don. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we have one speaker. Phone number ending in 2269. We're going to have you move into the meeting. If you'll please unmute yourself as you enter.
Thank you very much. Who is this, please? Jackie, is that you? Can you hear us?
Yes.
There we go. Hi, welcome. Jackie, can you hear us? Seems we're experiencing some technical difficulty there. You want to go to the next one?
Sure. Our next speaker is Cara. We're going to have you enter. And as you do, please unmute yourself.
Cara Vonk, welcome.
You muted yourself. You want to unmute, Cara? There you go.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have a question about the McCallamy project, and that particular property is in our gateway, and so that whole project needs to be reviewed by the HRB and the Planning Commission for design review. And as Scott mentioned, this was zoned for multi-use. And so as people who've been around for a while know that Todd Dubois had a really wonderful project that was actually voted on by the citizens, because at that time we had a 1% growth ordinance. So it's kind of disappointing that it's going to be strictly housing. And then of course, my major concern is the historic Chalmers House. That we have always wanted that to be restored. So I'm just putting in my 2 cents worth that that Chalmers House is really important to many members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam
Jackie,
Mayor,
are you with us?
No other speakers other than the phone number ended in 2269.
Jackie, you're on mute. There you go. I'm not sure what's going on with that.
Don't know. Jack, you may want to try and call back in. Maybe that would help. Oh, she just got muted. Oh, and unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. Welcome.
Awesome. Okay. I think I've said this 3 times to myself, but for the crowd and the council and Madam Mayor and staff, this is Jackie Morris Lopez speaking as a resident. I just want to say thank you to Scott Friels, Councilman Friels, for posing the questions to City Manager, and also Carl Vaughn for also speaking to this project on McCollum. This is the first time I have to say I'm making a comment that I've heard this much detail about the proposal of the project there. I was aware that the Health Foundation Executive Director, CEO, has been in many attendance of many of our meetings and very involved in our community to no end. I was kind of speculative as to what was the presence, and now it's been totally revealed tonight for the public, and I have some great concern as a resident. That is a historic site, as Ms. Vaughn did address that issue about the Chalmers House. Not only an existing building qualifies as historic merit, it also can be translated to historic locations or once historic buildings of significance, gateway to our community. A lot of inferences that go into maintaining our preservation of history and historical, all things historical. The other issue is that you mentioned, Mr. Reynolds, that the Health Foundation had a kickoff meeting. Was the public invited? Was Planning Commission invited? Was HRB invited, or Historical Resource invited? Those are rhetorical questions. The other thing, and important questions, I feel. The other thing is that you stated that this would be employee housing. To my understanding, the Health Foundation exists in Hollister. And we all know that there is major bottleneck on 156 going east towards Hollister. So I really don't see the sense in developing employee housing for their staff when we consider the impact on our highways and our roads. Is this a really good decision? And is this really a good project for our community? I think we need more questions answered, and we need more details. And hopefully this will be put on the agenda with the HRB and the Planning Commission, and also invite the Historical Society of San Juan Bautista. Thank you.
So if I could answer.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Don, you want to respond?
Sure. By kickoff meeting, I mean they just closed escrow and they don't know what they want to do with the property. So there's no application filed. There's nothing for the HRB or Planning Commission to think about yet, because rather than spending your time and spinning in circles, we're helping them understand what rights they have to develop the property. There's nothing applied for or concluded on this. That's what I meant when I used the word kick off. I meant this is the first meeting. Secondly, the property adjacent to it will be a health clinic. They bought that property as well. So they hope to house the employees living next door. So that's just the concept. I'm sorry, I just wanted to let you guys know that we were having this meeting. So thank you for your feedback. This is really helpful. And when we have more meetings, of course, there'll be public meetings. To put just housing on this property will require a conditional use permit and extensive environmental review. So this is just the kickoff, the beginning, the start. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments, or concerns from the public?
There are no other public comments at this time.
Thank you very much. We're now going to go to report.
Madam Mayor, I'm sorry, Vanda, you just raised her hand.
Thank you. Go ahead, Amanda.
Please unmute yourself as you enter.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I responded in the Q&A, and I wanted to just remind the council of the importance of the Chalmers House. Chalmers designed the Glad Tidings Church. He designed the Morentis House, the Wilcox House, and we don't know the plan yet, but let's be proactive. Let's inform the applicant of the historic nature of that site. And let's also think about the demolition by neglect. The property owners have had that property for years, and yet the city did nothing to encourage them to maintain it. We could have mothballed it. There are a lot of things we could have done. So let's take this as a lesson, either in this case or in future cases, to not let historic buildings deteriorate so that they're, unsalvageable. This one had good bones, and it was studied a number of years ago by, I'm not sure if it was Mike Garavaglio, but a historic architect did review it, and it had, redwood structure. It had a good foundation. So let's think about those kind of things as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, we have a comment that someone placed in the Q&A, and I'm going to ask Ireda Pisano. We're going to ask you to come into the meeting and ask this question. And as you come in, please unmute yourself.
Ida, hi, thank you for joining.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for including my question. It doesn't have to do so much with the Makalemi project, but it does have to do with the things that are have happened or have been promised in San Juan Bautista. I was asking about the roundabout in the Rancho Vista First Street area. When is that coming? What is the status? What are we to expect? Because the trucks are still coming through on those roads. And the other part of that is that when Meritage was building, they said that after all the homes were built, that they were going to come back and repair the streets that were ruined on Donner, Awani, and First Street. And all that's been done so far is that there's a patch-up job, but the condition of those streets are not the same as it was when they started that project. So I guess it's twofold: the roundabout and then the streets in the Valle Verde community.
Thank you very much for your question or your comments. Okay, reports from city council representatives. Sorry, we can bring those comments up at a later meeting as we don't have answers right now. Reports from city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Edge.
I don't have anything to say.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
No report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
Nothing for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, hi. I attended 2 meetings, the government intergovernmental meeting 2 weeks ago, and we discussed 2 items. Homelessness, which is a big discussion item, and no consensus was really reached other than we need a big tent. The question is where to put it. And then we went on to discuss MECO, which is on the agenda later, so I will leave that alone. Second, I went to an AMBAG meeting last week. And the topic of conversation at AMBAG was RENA numbers. The RENA numbers are coming out in August. AMBAG is dark in July, so that means there's no meeting. However, our RENA numbers will be coming from COG also in August. It'll be the 6th cycle. There's going to be quite a few things different from the previous cycles. We need to take into effect the following factors for our RENA numbers, and that's things like vacancy rates, overcrowding, higher than average housing costs that burden many people. We cannot prohibit the previous use or underproduction of housing to redefine our RENA goals. It requires new RENA methodologies, and the methodologies must promote fair housing, which means reduce racial and income segregation when allotting housing. So that's a lot to cover, and we're going to have to do it. Good luck to the Planning Commission in the next year or two. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I was on a San Benito County water meeting, and I got kicked off. It was an internet issue. So I don't have anything to report from that. Do we have any public comments?
If you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 now. Madam Mayor, there are no public comments.
Thank you very much. Okay, 5E, public hearing items. By Vista Landscaping and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District Number 1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista confirming a diagram and assessment for fiscal year 2021-2022. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is our annual report on the Valley Vista Assessment District. There are 2 steps in the process. This first step is publishing a notice of intent to levy the assessment, and the opportunity to consider the costs associated with the assessment to each property owner within the subdivision. This report does recommend a 2.6% cost of living increase to keep up with landscape maintenance costs that have gone up closer to 5% over the last 2 years. So we've gone by several years without having to increase this, but the landscape maintenance contractor we're using, Smith & Enright, did cause an increase to occur January 1, and we expect another increase to occur in January 2022. So it's a small increase, and it's allowable under the rules of the assessment district. These funds pay for those special community shared properties, including the green belts and grassways and streetlights and the park. The gazebo and the park are also maintained with funds from this district. Recently, we had some real trouble with large eucalyptus tree, the heavy winds causing a large limb to fall. And so we're able to use the assessment district funds to clean that up right away and to look at preventative work to keep that from happening again. So that's just an example of how we use these funds. And this is a public hearing to hear the community's input about a small cost of living increase. That's my report, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Council members, questions, comments, and concerns. Council Member Edge.
No comments, no questions.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores.
No comments, no questions.
Councilmember Friels?
Nothing from me, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Freeman.
No comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have public comment on this?
And Madam Mayor, the public hearing is now open, and we do have one comment at this time, Nicholas Martin. And Nicholas, when you come into the meeting, please unmute yourself.
Welcome, Mr. Martin. Please unmute yourself. And there might be two processes to unmute. One on.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we have you now. Yes.
Yeah, so I live on 1 Donner Street, and that eucalyptus tree that we spoke about, the branch falling, actually fell on my property. And the next day, the landscapers did come clean up, but there was damage occurred to my property on some trees that I have along my property line. My question is there going to be anything done to replace those trees that were damaged, since it was city tree that did fall on them? And secondly, I have asked the city for the past 2 years to please do something about that tree, because it dangerously hangs over my home. And luckily, during this time when it fell, nothing was damaged to the home or the fence, just the fruit trees I have on the side. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Aradia Pisano. And when you enter the meeting, please unmute yourself.
Thank you, Ida. Welcome.
Thank you. It takes a little while to unmute. It just does. So just as an FYI for all of you.
We're patient.
Okay, thank you. My comment on the report for the increase is, normally in the past, we have received, along with the letter or notification that there's going to be a meeting addressing this topic to our community or neighbors, there usually has been a budget that went along with it to an itemized list of the costs and expenses. We didn't receive that this time. So that's one comment. The second comment is, has there been a request for bids on another option for landscapers to maintain the area? Because as Nick had mentioned, he's asked, a couple of times about the tree to have something done to it. And until it blew over, nothing was done. And so my comment is, my understanding is that the Greenbelt area would include trimming of the trees. All the trees in the Bahia Verde community need to be trimmed. And some of us are trimming them ourselves. And if we're paying for that cost, then that should be included. So are you getting bids? Were there any bids for another option?
Thank you very much. And again, on comments, unless we have an answer right away, we're going to hold them over and get back to you all with an answer. Do we have any more public comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Vanda Kipier is joining the meeting, and please unmute yourself, Vanda.
Good evening, everyone. I have to agree with Ida. The landscapers should be trimming our trees, the sycamore trees, and they don't. I walk every day, and every day I see little branches all over the sidewalk and in the parking strip or the easement between the sidewalk and the street. And today I was out there trimming the dead branches off our sycamore trees. And if we're paying for this service, we shouldn't have to be doing this. And at one point, for years we had been paying more and more. And at one point we were starting to pay less and less. So I think we need to rethink this, reanalyze exactly what our costs are. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, there are no other public comments.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to close public comment and ask for a motion to adopt the resolution for the Valle Vista Landscape and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District. Do I have a motion?
Is there any way that, I'd like to make a motion to accept this, but we do need to look into other landscapers or taking on bids to see, you know, who can do the maintenance. These homeowners should not be trimming their own trees. So can I make a motion to accept this, but that we look into maintenance, a change in maintenance?
I question if we do something like that, then how are we going to know we're approving the right dollar amount? Dawn, does this have to be done right now? Can we table this and then do a little bit of research on it?
So thank you for the question, Councilmember and Councilmember Edge. The landscape contract does not include tree trimming. Generally, we have a whole separate, we get 3 bids on the trees and we bid that out separately. So the landscape is simply mow and blow for the most part, some basic trimming. That's the routine stuff that happens on a weekly basis there. So to bring in a tree trimming team specialist would require 3 bids, and I just need to be able to verify where the sycamore trees are and verify that they are indeed eligible for assessment district expenses. Having brought this to my attention, we can get on that right away. Within the current budget, I don't see a need. It's an expense that the district can certainly afford. There are reserves available to do that.
Thank you.
I have my hand raised. I don't know if it's approved to talk.
Right now, we're in a motion phase.
Okay.
Sorry.
So do we have a motion?
So I'll make a motion to approve this.
I'll second it.
As written?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I get a roll call, please?
Madam Mayor, there are 2 resolutions. The first is Resolution 2021-30. Councilmember Edge.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Yes.
Councilmember Friels.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
And Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
And you have a second resolution. That resolution passed with a 5-0 vote. So you'll need a second motion for this second resolution.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second it.
John beat me.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Edge.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Yes.
Councilmember Friels.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
And that motion passes with a 5-0 vote as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
5B, introduction of an ordinance amending the San Juan Bautista Municipal Code, Chapter 10-1 to revise Section 10-1-505 to include an increase in fence heights if needed to mitigate noise or provide screening from adjoining highways or non-residential use, and to prohibit fences closer than 3 feet from a fire hydrant. These are CEQA exempt, and they're continued from the May 18, 2021 regular meeting. Staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. This matter came to our attention when property owners were building fences above the 6-foot height restriction in residential areas. And it's a rather simple step to amend that, where and in fact, when the Planning Commission talked about this matter, they talked about the ill health effects of loud noise coming from the freeway into the backyards of some of the properties adjacent to Highway 156. So that was taken into consideration by the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission wholeheartedly approved of that. But on their first reading in April, the definition of where the 8-foot fences may be allowed was more general. And so the Planning Commission asked staff to come back, and we narrowed it to pertain to just those properties along 156. So that way properties downtown and other places couldn't be putting up 8-foot fences, just to separate the noise from the 156 from the backyards of those few properties that face it. So we did that, and the Planning Commission approved the resolution to bring this forward to the City Council. And so that's what we're doing tonight. We're bringing forward an ordinance revising Chapter 10-1505, allowing fences to be as high as 8 feet when the property line is adjacent to the Caltrans Highway 156. I just want to note that a fence that high does require review by our building official to make sure that these fences are built safely, that they have appropriate footings. In the winds that we've been experiencing, that's especially important, that they're safe and that they won't fall on other people's property or on a person. So the building permit will apply to an 8-foot fence, and it applies to a 6-foot fence as well, any fence over 4 feet tall. So with that caveat, I just wanted to present this as we did with the Planning Commission and ask the council's consideration of a new ordinance to allow these 8-foot fences. So that's the end of my report, Mayor. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, or concerns from the council? Councilmember Edge.
Yeah, I would just like to comment that these fences that we're talking about, City Manager Reynolds, are we talking fences that are close to the road to prevent road noise? Is that what we're looking at?
And a specific road, Highway 156.
Okay. So, why isn't Caltrans putting up sound walls? Shouldn't they be putting up a sound wall instead of our residents putting up their own fences?
Well, that question was asked, and the COG was on the call earlier. There was a lot of discussion. Councilmember Fields and I talked about sound walls, and when that road was originally built, and I understood that Caltrans refused to do it at that time. And maybe, Scott, you can help me out because you know the history better than I do. But getting sound walls from Caltrans is a difficult challenge. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't be trying. Yes, of course. And maybe Julie, our city engineer, can help out with that, with her experience working with Caltrans.
So, Scott, what do you know?
Well, when that was originally designed, as we all know, it was a very poor design because they elevated the wrong side. But between the edge of a freeway and, let's say, the cyclone fencing that's existing there, Caltrans calls that no man's land for the most part. And the reason I know some of this stuff is because when I was dealing with them as the fire chief, they had I threatened to sue them for weed abatement, and they actually did it. I was surprised. They don't like putting a sound wall that far into no man's land as far as along the property, because then they have if they need any type of immediate access into their properties, it's near impossible. Now they could put a sound wall on the street, on the roadside, but that's, we're talking, it was a money thing. It was into the millions of dollars to do it. and you know, they kind of botched it the way they did it. But yeah, I think this is our next best thing is everybody's got in those backyards. I mean, I did. I lived in Washington Street. We had a fence in our backyard that you know, was almost to the corner of that. I know the Conriquis did. So it's not uncommon to have a fence along no man's land for, you know, property owner.
Yeah. I just think it's a shame for people to have to put up a fence to try and get, you know, the sound, tone the sound down and all that. And when, you know, Caltrans should have done something about it. It's just a shame. That's all.
Yeah, thank you. City Engineer Julie Bizarre, do you have anything?
No, I as Don mentioned, I will certainly get in touch with Caltrans to find out if you know, unfortunately, if the budget was an issue at the time, there's nothing we can do about it, but I will definitely ask and find out if there are any other measures that they can take to reduce the noise to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Julie.
Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Yes, well, since my backyard is 156, I know exactly what you're talking about. You know, when I bought this property, all it was, there's a chain link fence halfway fallen down, and then I replaced it with a wooden fence, you know, my nickel. So, I mean, the noise here is just ridiculous. I mean, not only noise, but we get diesel vapors from the trucks going by. And, you know, there's a little breeze, you got all this, you know, I can't even be in my backyard because of the diesel smell and the sound, and it's just ridiculous. And we something back there. And I would like to see Caltrans pay for it, but, you know, Region 5.
Thank
Oh, well.
you. Councilmember Friels?
Not much. I mean, getting Caltrans to pay for this is going to be, I mean, they can't even figure out what they want to do with 156. So getting them to pay for that, we're talking pixie dust now. You know, if we can do some type of, if we can help these folks, and it's one of those buyer beware, right? I mean, you built a house next to a freeway, it's going to be loud. But if they can mitigate it somehow, folks who live along the freeway, by putting up a taller fence, if it helps, then I don't see why not. And I like to hear, one of the concerns I had, especially, you know, in San Juan with our winds, is to make sure that the fences are going to be able to hold up to our winds. I mean, it's almost like we have to rate our stuff around here as hurricane levels. But yeah, that's about all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
Yes, I agree. The inconvenience and it's beyond inconvenience that Caesar just talked about is horrible. And if you can put up a fence that will lessen the effect of the noise and diesel fumes for that matter, have at it. Like everything in San Juan, you got to make sure it's tied down or it'll blow away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment? I'd like to open it up to public comment if there is any.
We have two speakers. The first is Rochelle. We're going to let you in as a panelist. Please unmute yourself, and she'll be followed by Cara.
Thank you very much. Hi, Rochelle, go ahead.
Hi. So I'm coming in tonight as a property owner adjacent to 156 and resident of San Juan Bautista City. At the time of my purchase in December 2016, 156 was already well established, as were many of my neighbors. I originally felt this ordinance was too vague, but now I see that they have amended it to just be 8 feet tall. And I'm okay with that because anything beyond 6 feet is taking away my view of the beautiful hillside. It does need to be engineered and to be effective, as a taller wooden fence does not mitigate sound. It actually increases it because it provides another barrier for the sound to bounce off of. If privacy is a concern, there are other options. Natural trees, hedges, canopies, they can get tarps, many other things than putting up a blight. Most importantly, are we going to allow a mix match of construction material and heights to appease each individual property owner? when they were first bringing this up before the Planning Commission, I was appeased by the fact that Rancho Vista and Copperleaf were not allowed to do taller fences. And so I don't understand why long-term residents are now going to be allowed to do taller fences. And where I live along 156, the fence would have to be 30 feet high to get to the grade and curvature of the highway and be far longer than my property line allows, because it would affect all my neighbors. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, who is the next one? Cara Vaughn?
Cara, and please unmute yourself, Cara, as you enter.
Hi, Cara, welcome.
Okay, I just want to let you know when you asked to unmute myself, there's this thing that circles around for a while before I can do it. Anyway, I wanted to comment on Caltrans. Since they're widening this whole 156 project, I'm wondering if we might be able to get the sound wall as part of that 156 project, because there'll be more traffic coming through, I'm sure. But, you know, I was around when all the EIRs were done and all kinds of sound studies were done, but still, it might be worth a shot. And then I just want to let you know that I was on a citizens committee that worked with Caltrans to put in that wall between the two lanes. And we made it look kind of like an adobe wall. And they were really wonderful to work with. We had their architect, their landscape architect, and some of the other people there. So that wall was built after the fact, because I think the original 156 was built in the 60s. So I just want to let you know that it may not be a total dead issue, and I would like you to pursue it if possible. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I seem to have lost my view now. All I'm seeing is the Zoom screen. Sorry about that. I don't know how to unmute myself now.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will now, I'm closing public comment and would like to now entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The introduction of that ordinance passes with a 5-0 vote.
So, okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
We are now on to action items. 6A, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista designating rehabilitating Franklin Street, North Street, 2nd Street, the Alameda, and Polk Street as the city's priority projects under the state's Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017, or SB1. City Manager?
Mayor, we have item 6C as well.
I'm sorry, I do not, sorry.
What?
We're on 6A, and I don't have anything else under.
Oh, okay. Right, okay, 6A, I'm sorry, thank you. There we go.
Okay.
There we go. I was on the wrong slide. It was me, Adeline, so sorry. I'll get caught up here. Yes, Julie has, our city engineer is on board and has written this annual staff report that's required to go to the state of California. And these are the same streets that are in our capital improvement plan. So Julie, do you want to describe the background and introduce this report for the council?
Sure, thanks, Don. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. The item before you tonight is the project list that the city has selected to be submitted for the State Road Repair and Accountability Act of 2017 for fiscal year 21-22. And during this report, I will just call it SB1, just to be short. SB1 is a significant investment in California's road, which is estimated to generate about $5.2 billion per year. And the new taxes included in this act doubled the funds allocated to local streets and roads through a new program called Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account. This program, as we all know, it receives its funds from increase of 12 cents per gallon of gas, 20 cents of gas,
Julie, I'm sorry, you're muted. There we go.
Okay, let me start from the beginning then. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We got to SB1.
Okay, so SB1 is a significant investment in California's roads, which is estimated to generate about $5.2 billion per year. And the new taxes in this act double the funds allocated to local streets and roads through a new program called Road Maintenance and Rehabilitation Account. These programs receive their funds from the increase of the 12 cents per gallon of the gas and 20 cents per gallon of diesel being sold, vehicle registration tax, and $100 additional tax on zero vehicles. In order to be qualified for this program, each year, every city has to submit a project list to California Transportation Commission. As council is aware, City of San Juan Bautista completed and adopted their pavement management program last year. So staff have selected the streets which are programmed to be rehabbed the first year after adoption of our private, pavement management program. These streets are, as listed in the staff report, they're Franklin Street, North Street, 2nd, Monterey, the Alameda, and Polk Street. This rehabilitation project is scheduled to start this summer and be completed by the end of this calendar year. City of San Juan Bautista is expected to receive approximately $41,000 from SB1 funding for fiscal year 21-22, which will partially fund this project. So tonight, we're asking the council to designate this street as city's priority project under SB1 for fiscal year 21-22 and adopt the attached resolution. This concludes my report, and I'll be more than happy to answer any question you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the council? Councilmember Edge?
I really don't have any questions. Thank you for the presentation. But, well, you know what? There is one street that I'm wondering about is Church Street between 1st and 2nd. It's really beat up. And I thought it was on this list, but it's not going to be done?
Not this year. If I would be more than happy to, send the list to all the council members. The first year list included Franklin, North, all the streets that we have mentioned in this report, except for there is a street called Via Padre, which when I looked at it, the condition is, the condition is in a way that we could probably postpone that project maybe in about a year or two. And we selected Polk Street because of the proximity of the location of where Polk is. That is very close to City Hall, Fire Department, Mission. So we just replaced Via Padre with Polk Street, but I don't recall seeing church on the first year program.
Well, I live on Via Padre, and Via Padre is fine. We don't need our street, redone. But it's Church Street. Via Padre is almost in front of Church Street. And the street between First and Second on Church, it's just so beat up. But I understand your explanation why it would be not included.
Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, we do have a lot of streets that they need immediate attention. But
yeah,
we adopted our program, our pavement management program, and we'd like to go ahead and follow that, and just utilize the expertise of the consultant that they put the program together. But yeah.
Thank you, Julie.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores?
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Yeah, I have a couple. If you could kind of just hang with me, Julie.
Sure.
I'm glad that Polk got on the hit list there. So are you just talking about Polk between First and Second and Third Street? Is it the very top of Polk?
Right. Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I said, I get that Polk Street looks terrible right there in downtown, but if you go to the very top of Polk Street, where the water main broke like 10 or 12 years ago, it still hasn't been fixed, and it's a big mud. It's muddy. I mean, I'm beginning to wonder if this consulting firm did this study from Google Earth or not, because they definitely, I don't know how much they walk the town. So where's Polk Street going to be repaired?
The section of Polk Street that is designated to be part of this project is between 4th and 2nd. And to answer your second part of your question is, I personally met with a consultant down here in San Juan Bautista. We had a kickoff meeting with them over at City Hall, and they went ahead and they drove the entire, I mean, of course, there's not that many miles within the city, but they did drive and they did go through the entire city to come up with the report, or the report that we adopted last year. So, and then I believe when we presented the report last year, we explained how this Street Saver program works. There are streets that are in a really bad shape, but the program normally targets the streets that are in a fair condition or in a better condition, because at this stage, it would cost less to maintain them than go ahead, unfortunately, because we do have a limited budget. So for a city who has a limited budget, they would target the streets that are not in the worst shape or a bad shape, because they want to take advantage of the funding that we have. Because if the street is in a fair shape right now, if we don't address it and it gets to this point that we need to reconstruct it, that it would take much more funding to address it. So perhaps the portion of the Polk Street that you're talking about is the portion that it absolutely needs to be reconstructed. So it would be one of those single, project per year that when we have a limited budget, we could go ahead and target that project. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, somewhat.
Yeah.
Because now I'm really confused, because Polk Street in front of the firehouse is in better shape than Church Street is between First and Second. So and that's being fixed. Polk Street, I get it. It's downtown. I'm
exactly
totally
yes.
okay with it. Okay, so Franklin Street, I'll just go down the list. So Franklin Street, where's that?
Let me go through the list if I may, sure. Franklin Street, the beginning location is 6th and the end location is 4th. So between 6th and 4th. That's what they had listed for the first year. North Street, it's between 3rd and 1st. 2nd Street is between Monterey and San Jose Street. Monterey Street is between Church and 4th. the Alameda is between Pierce and Highway 156. And on Polk Street, as I mentioned earlier, is 4th and 2nd.
Okay. Yeah, North Street's another one that confuses me too, because it's in great shape. Okay. I after this is done, maybe you and I can take a walk through town.
Okay, sure.
Because I do 3.5 to 4 miles a day in town, and I pretty much know every pothole and, you know, chunk of concrete, and I'm really confused about this survey. And I get the fact that if we do an overlay, it'll, you know, preserve it. But some of our streets they're in terrible condition. So how much more is that? I mean, I don't know. The way I look at it, there's people who have been living on some of these streets for probably 40 years, and their street hasn't been fixed. But we have a relatively new street, and it's going to get a new face. So I'm a little confused by the consultant, but thank you. I'll yield.
Absolutely. No, it absolutely makes sense. To give you an example, we worked on 3rd Street last year. 3rd Street was in a horrible shape, was in a really bad shape. But in order to reconstruct that street, we spent more than, like, I would say just for the pavement of it, like $500,000, $600,000. Unfortunately, the city does not have that type of a budget that we could target those type of a street at the beginning of our program. So what we're trying to accomplish is to spend what we have available right now on the streets that are in a fair condition, so they won't get worse. So let's say North Street, as you mentioned, it probably costs right now, I'm looking at my numbers, about $42,000 to bring it up to an excellent condition. But if we will let it go in about 2 to 3 years, that $40,000 is going to become $250,000 to reconstruct it. And that's how this Street Saver program works, which, I know it's hard to, it's just the logic behind it. But that is the same program that all the cities that I have worked with in the past, and I know all the cities in the Santa Clara County are using. And that's the methodology behind how they come up with this list. I hope this would help a little bit more.
I understand about the methodology you're speaking. I understand there's something behind that. To me, the section of Church Street between 1st and 2nd, it would be better off if it was dirt with gravel than the way it is now. I just don't. I mean, it's not that it's a small piece of, street, and I get it costs a lot to build, but I don't know. I'm a little confused by it, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Sure.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Yes, thank you. Kind of following up on what Scott said, I commend that. I think it's a good list of streets to work on. Some of the streets are more heavily traveled, and 2nd Street is not heavily traveled. I live not 2nd Street, Church Street between 1st and 2nd is not heavily traveled. And maybe the reason why it's not heavily traveled is it's probably now the 2nd worst street in the city. But North Street is very heavily traveled, so it's going to wear out a lot quicker. I would say we need to protect the streets that are heavily traveled. That's probably more important. Church Street between 1st and 2nd will never be heavily traveled. There's only one house that's really on it. The other 2 houses both face 1st or 2nd. They don't face church. So, it's when you don't have any houses on it, it's no driveways. It's not that heavily traveled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Julie, thank you for your explanation on why the streets were chosen the way that they were chosen. I had forgotten that we discussed that a while ago. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Sure.
I'd like to now open it for to the public. Do we have any public comments?
If you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 now. And looks like the phone number ending in 2269 is joining us. And please unmute yourself as you enter.
Jackie, hi, welcome.
Yes,
Can
good
you hear us?
evening.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Jordan and the rest of the councilmen and staff. This is Jackie Morris Lopez, 46 Mission Street. Thank you for going over. I think it's wonderful that we are have the funding and that we are going to address some of our poor streets. But I too wonder if we could maybe, if there's any way possible to maybe add, look at maybe additions based on heavily trafficked streets and also streets that may not cost as much to fix. And I'm thinking primarily of over in my neck of the woods, the short section of 5th Street that meets with Mission Street. I believe Councilman Freeman's family home is on that short street. Last year, we had one of our neighbors on 5th Street as a joke, as a funny, put some potting soil in one of the potholes and put a flower in there in the middle of the street. So that street is now more heavily trafficked. It's a very short street because we do have older apartment building at the end of 5th Street, right behind Windmill Market. There are many cars that go from that small apartment building. We also have next to our family home on 46 Mission Street, we have a dwelling that has been converted into multiple Airbnbs. So there's lots of traffic there. I think that little loop of the short section of 5th Street and short section of Mission Street, also with the addition of commercial zone, mixed use, we now have bigger vehicles and trucks now parked next to our home, delivery trucks. And then the other and both these streets are very short, so I don't know that they would cost as much as some of the other roads that you listed. And lastly, I want to speak to the road across the highway, the section of Mission Vineyard Road that's in the city limits, the one that runs adjacent to the, I believe it's adjacent to the RV home, but it's mainly at the stop sign. There's a humongous hole in the road, the stop sign that intersects with Mission Vineyard that runs adjacent to the fields and next to the Diaz's wrecking yard. That stop sign, that road is just horrible. And I believe that's in our city jurisdiction as well. Hopefully someone can take a ride out there with Councilman Freeman and take a look at some of these other roads. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Madam Mayor, there are no other public comments at this time.
Thank you very much. I will now entertain a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista designating rehabilitating Franklin Street, North Street, 2nd Street, the Alameda, Monterey, and Polk Street as the city's priority projects.
I will move that.
So move.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
No, I'll second it. You can move it, Caesar.
Okay. I move to adopt the resolution of City Council designating rehabilitating Franklin Street, North Street, 2nd Street, the Alameda, and Polk Streets as city priority projects.
I will second that.
Thank you very much. May I have a roll call vote, please?
This is Resolution 2021-32. Councilmember Edge.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Yes.
Councilmember Friels.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
And that motion carries with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
6B, adopt a resolution of the City of San Juan Bautista authorizing the city manager to execute a license agreement with Etheric Networks Incorporated to place communication equipment on the city's water tank for the transmission of communication signals, providing a new source of internet access for the community in consideration for free Wi-Fi on 3rd and at city facilities. Staff report, please.
Hello, Don. Can I share my screen, please?
Don, you're on mute.
All right, there we go. Yes, we have a brief presentation by Councilmember Freeman as a member of the Central Coast Broadband Consortium tonight to emphasize the importance of having reliable broadband in our community. And then we also have a report from Etheric Networks, Inc. Andrew and his team are going to talk about the proposal to place communications equipment at our water tank and the benefits that that would bring to the city. So, John, if you'd like to just share a few slides with us, that'd be great.
Yeah, real quickly. I've been a member of the Central Coast Broadband Consortium for the last 5 or 6 years, and we're really jazzed that Etheric is coming to town and going to help us out. And I'm showing this picture on the screen, and it has a little caption by it. It's a Wi-Fi hotspot at a Taco Bell in Salinas. Even though the picture was taken in Salinas, and it really is the Salinas Taco Bell, the picture was on the front page of the Washington Post. And so the reason why it was on the front page of the Washington Post is these are 2 little girls, and they're doing their homework. One's in 1st grade, and one, I believe, is in 4th grade. And if your heart doesn't go out for that, I don't know what can make you do it. It really, and it's called the digital divide. And I've been talking to Michelle Huntoon, the superintendent of the school, and she says that approximately 30 to maybe 40% of her students do not have access to a hotspot. I know that the Rotary has established buses and is doing a great job, and they're trying as hard as they can, but it's not the same. You know, the hotspots are run by T-Mobile cell phone, and you get 3 kids on there doing their homework, and it slows down to an unbearable speed. So one of the things that this COVID epidemic has shown the entire country is the digital divide and the haves and the haves not according to internet access. And so the more players we can bring in, the better off we are, the better we will be on costs, on the digital divide. I'm trying to go to my next screen, which shows you some broadband standards. I'm gonna not talk about this very much because the Etheric people know a lot more about that than I do. We do have a county program, and I stole this list from the county program. The red is the part that Etheric Networks can help us with. And us is not only San Juan Bautista, but the San Juan Valley and parts of the entire San Benito County. So, you know, when we have 30 to 40% of our students who cannot attend school because they cannot access Zoom or Google, whatever it is that the schools use to run a classroom, it's a real problem. So we need this is a huge step in solving the problem. One of the reasons why I kind of jumped in is 2 friends of mine wrote a letter about we need to hide the stuff, and you know, it's up there next to the cell phone towers that exist right now, or it will be when Etheric builds it. It's going to be up there right next to the cell phone tower that's already there. There's very few places in San Juan where you can actually see it. I can't see it from my house. You can see it from Emily's store out to her back, out her back sidewalk or side sidewalk. You can't see it from the Windmill Market. You can't see it from City Hall. So it's you know, the aesthetics are I think Etheric will be willing to help, maybe paint the antenna paddles the same color as the tank. And once you do that, I think it'll just blend in with the tank and you won't even notice. So with that, I will let Etheric take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have somebody from Etheric?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Andrew Breckwidge, and Andrew can introduce his team. He has just a few slides to share with us as well.
I do.
Thank you, Andrew. Welcome.
Thank you. Don, could you let me share my screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had already.
No worries.
There you go.
Starting a second.
Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this evening. I want to introduce my team before we get started. First of all, I want to introduce you to Laura Schaub. She is a Therex Director of Communications. She helps us with outreach to communities and tribal and county and state government entities. And also Lance Kelly is our VP of Sales, is with us tonight. And Lance has been with Therex since we started and has a lot of experience, many years of experience in working with different cities. In fact, he was instrumental in our installations in Hollister, where we've been doing business for a while. So what we want to do tonight is tell you a little bit about our company, and then we want to explain a little bit about our technology, and then we'll share with you what we're thinking about and what we're planning to install and what that will look like. So I'll let Laura kick it off.
Thank you, Andrew. So for those of you who we have not had the pleasure to meet yet, I wanted to give you a quick introduction. First of all, Therex's main vision is that everyone deserves to be connected to the internet, and I'm sure you feel that pain. We were founded to bring fast, reliable broadband to hard-to-reach communications from the beginning. We've been serving residential, business, and government customers since 2003. Our first data center was in Sunnyvale, California, back in 2003, and we have been expanding steadily and expanding quite a bit south. That is one of our main target areas, and our latest foray has been into San Bernardino County. Our engineers excel at bringing fixed wireless to hard-to-reach areas, and as an adjunct to this is actually what we are going to be focusing a lot in the coming years. In late 2020, we were awarded a significant portion of the $695 million RDOF investment in the California Rural Broadband Marketplace, and there are areas that we have been tasked to serve around the San Juan Bautista and San Benito County area, but this is something that couldn't wait, and we are starting this project now. Next slide, Andrew. So our mission is to rapidly expand and help underserved communities. That is really a big focus of ours. And we have seen the necessity for people to work and learn from home. We see the need for strong broadband to support fire and emergency services now more than ever. We see, especially in areas like San Benito County, the benefit of having smart agricultural tools to manage resources, particularly water. And also for businesses to ensure your business continuity and redundancy. If the power goes out, if you've got an energy independent internet source, you have a definite advantage. And one of our core values is that we are committed to touching the land lightly when we build, and with energy independent base stations that will stay up when the power goes down. And Andrew, I think the next is yours.
So just a little bit of information about our technology. The Therex uses fixed wireless, dark fiber, wave, and spectrum to deliver our services. So for instance, we connect into fiber, and then we take that fiber that runs through the city of San Juan Bautista, and we put it to a place where we can project it out and deliver that broadband service to the city. And that's what we plan to do in San Juan Bautista. It's a hybrid approach. You have a fiber, which delivers a nice pipeline of broadband service, and then you can split that out and deliver it to businesses and residents in the city. Want to talk? Oh, go ahead, Laura. This is your department.
So I mentioned before that we have been expanding into San Benito County and just wanted to expand on that a little bit. Just this last year, we lit 2 towers in the county, one in the East Hills above Hollister and another one over on the west side of the valley as a private community HOA for Hidden Valley. So that's 2 different, one of kind of a more municipal treatment that handles business and residential, and the other the example of a private community network, which is kind of a little bit more of the flavor of what we're doing in San Juan Bautista, and you'll see more about that in a minute. Just a little bit of history with the county. Since 2016, we have provided both the primary internet circuit and the fixed wireless failover for the city of Hollister, so which ensures, of course, the high availability of those critical resources. So you don't want those to go down. And we've also been working hard, almost a year now, working with San Benito County Schools. As soon as we realized that the stay at home and work from home was going to be extending into the school year, we were reaching out to the school districts there to see how we could help. Of course, the wheels sometimes run slow, but we did put together an MOU with San Benito County and the cities of Hollister and San Juan Bautista to work together on solutions to do this. And that's kind of that's what brought about this project.
Thank you. So San Juan Bautista doesn't have a lot of competition. There aren't a lot of options for internet, and we're hoping we can provide access that's fast, reliable internet, the opportunity to build a fixed wireless base station in the city. We did some research and we found that there was a fiber line that ran down the Alameda right through the property by the Windmill Market. So the way that fiber works is you can have a fiber running through a city, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can get access to that fiber, because private companies like AT&T and some of the other large providers own fiber and they don't have to give folks access. In fact, there's one small community in Northern California called Camchi where they have no DSL, they have no internet, but they have an AT&T fiber line running right down the highway through the city, which they can't get access to, so they have no internet, they have no 911, they have no emergency services. So fortunately, right at the corner, across from the high school there in front of the Windmill Market, there was an access point. And so we invested our funds to access that fiber. We built a vault and delivered that fiber to an office inside the Windmill Market. And Etheric now has an office in that facility, which we will maintain going forward. And we made the additional decision to build a data center in that office at the Windmill Market. And so what does that mean for San Juan Bautista? When you're watching Netflix or downloading something from Google or Apple or one of the big, Facebook, for example, as well, the data, you're reaching out to the data server further away. But if you have a data center right in San Juan Bautista, that means you're going to have instant connection because we have peering to those sites. So that means that no matter your connection, if you have the slower plan or a larger plan, you're going to have much faster, lower latency and better connection for those types of services. I think it's a real advantage for a town of San Juan Bautista size to have a data center, and we're excited about delivering it there. So one of the other things that we're going to build with this project, if you look at the picture here, you see the red circles, and this was Don's idea, to deliver a hotspot to the entire downtown core of San Juan Bautista. So you see those blocks will be a hotspot that the public can access, that will be paid for, installed, and maintained by Etheric Networks along the entire 3rd Street corridor. This is a picture of the city, and this is the water. So you can see that it can see the whole city. And what we're hoping is that from here, we can get to the north for Aromas. We can go to the south, where I know there's a valley over here where a lot of homes aren't served, and back in this area as well. This is what the installation would look like. The antennas are not large. They would be painted to match the color of the tank and would be almost very difficult to see on the tank the way they are there. So this, Laura, I think what you want to tell us a little bit more about fixed wireless.
Well, I did. If anybody who wants to do a deeper dive on fixed wireless, the Wireless Internet Service Providers Association just this spring released their 2021 Fixed Wireless and Hybrid ISP Industry Report. And this is taken from that report. And I thought that this was very timely. And I would be happy to provide that report to anybody. I have it and we can send it. And if anybody wants to do a deeper dive on the technical specifics and how fixed wireless is being used right now. But fixed wireless is really coming into its own with all the recent developments in crossing the digital divide and these are the reasons why it's a great solution for broadband gaps. First of all, it's robust, it's cost effective, it's rapid to build and deploy, and it's constantly evolving. We are not digging up streets. You saw the installation where the antennas go on the side of the tank. And when technology improves and more powerful radios are available, we can swap them out and you have improved service and without digging a thing. And that is a wonderful thing about fixed wireless. And because of this ease of building, it also serves the US policy goals about helping all Americans connect to the internet. It is a really cost-effective way to do it, and which makes good business sense in underserved communities, especially those that can't afford to spend $25,000, $35,000 per house to run fiber to the home. That's a wonderful goal, but not cost-effective and not very green. It takes a lot of carbon to put in that much fiber. So that is why fixed wireless broadband is one of the top solutions that's being used right now through RDOF and other fundings to close America's broadband gaps.
Thank you. Awesome. So that is our presentation. Thank you. We'd love to answer any questions you have.
So I would just want to add one thing. The RDOF program, what does RDOF stand for, Andrew?
That is the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. It was a auction that the FCC put together to provide rural broadband, and it was a reverse auction that happened last December. And how a reverse auction works is they designate certain census blocks throughout the country that are underserved or not served at all with internet. And then they put them up for auction. And it's a reverse auction, means we bid on whoever gets bids the least amount of support will win those census blocks. So we're the #1 winner in California not just because of what we bid, but because we bid at a higher speed and we bid at a larger amount of support. Plus we had a solid technical solution that can deliver to, well, as you know, California has very difficult, challenging terrain for delivering broadband. That's why we have a lot of issues in the state. And that's what RDOF's about. By the way, RDOF has not started yet. We did win the support in the auction last December, but they haven't even started reviewing the applications yet. We expect to have certification this fall.
Okay, but that does include the rural properties. And so by establishing in San Juan, you're going to be able to serve those school children in those rural properties around our city.
That's right.
Then let's talk about, are you able to talk about your rate schedule in the EBB program?
Sure. Yeah, we've established special pricing for the city of San Juan Bautista, $59, $89, and $119 a month. Those are 25, 45, and 75 megabit symmetric, so that means up and down. So at 25, you could watch a Netflix movie without any issues. Also, we are participating in the USAC EBB program, which means that if you are low income, you could have $50 credit off your bill that the FCC will pay. That is a program that we expect to last for a while from the FCC, and there's a strong possibility that the state will pick up the cost when that program expires. But that would mean you'd be able to get internet for $9 a month.
For low income. Okay, thank you for those 2 points. Okay, Mayor, that's what, it's a 5-year term with the potential to extend for 2 more years. It's estimated at $2,700 per month value. Typically, a cell tower lease is $1,800 to $2,000 a month. So I do think it's a good value, and it will bring Wi-Fi, public Wi-Fi to people who visit our downtown, and hopefully they will stay in our downtown longer than having to go seek Wi-Fi on their own. So that was the goal, was to make Wi-Fi an attractive part of our downtown, and to bring a competition for the spectrum that currently provides internet access to most of our residents. So happy to answer any other questions the City Council or community have.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Laura, for the presentation. Council member questions, comments, or concerns? Council member Edge?
Well, thank you. Excuse me. Thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you, Dawn. I don't have any questions because you guys you answered my questions. So I don't have any questions, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
Thank you. Good presentation. I do have one question. My question is, will the whole town be have access to the service?
Yes.
But will that eliminate my unstable internet service?
If you wanted to.
Yeah, because I've got direct or AT&T, and forget it. It's a hassle. It's just sometimes we're in a meeting and you just go out, or somebody freezes and you're saying, what's happening?
So like Laura was mentioning, this is where the technology is changing really fast, and the fixed wireless capability is growing rapidly, and that's how we won RDOF, because our technology and what we can deliver and the way we deliver it. And what we're doing is we're kind of showing this as a proof of concept. This is what you can do for a rural community. And so this is sort of us jumping the gun and doing what we promised the FCC we would do in California, and we're doing it on our own dime for the city of San Juan Bautista.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. First off, thank you for showing a better photo of that tank, because it doesn't look like really the antennas are good. It doesn't look much different than the ladder platform that's on the side. And are you able to blend the colors so it somewhat matches?
Absolutely.
Paint it exactly.
Yeah, we won't be able to see that then. And then line of sight. So standing on that tower, you're pretty much going to hit the whole San Juan Valley line of sight. I mean, you're going to even hit like Lone Tree Road and stuff way over there in Hollister. Is that how far can that travel?
That would be step 2. We could do some relays to hit some of the canyons and the areas right now that can't see the tower also.
Okay, yeah, well, you can see it from there. I mean, it's the distance is almost like a walkie-talkie radio. Is it limited to?
I'll let Lance answer that question.
Yeah, yes, I could. Yes, we have some links that are up to 26 miles long, and we could design them to go further even. It's not where we really want to be, but certainly, anything that we can see from that water tank, we could figure out a way of servicing it if we had to.
Yeah, well, you'll hit the whole. I mean, San Juan Valley is only 5 miles long, so you're going to hit the whole valley. That's wow.
Right. And there's also, quite a need for some of the surrounding farms there, and that was something that actually brought us down to the area initially, was to meet with some of the local farmers and talk about their needs down there. So we know that they're waiting.
Okay. And then the rates that I have in our packet is 59 for 25, 79 for 50, and 99 for 100. Is that not correct? I guess it must not be correct.
Yeah, it's actually 25, 45, and 75. And they are symmetric speeds, by the way. And also, I just want to point out something that 25 megabits is literally enough to do 3 Netflix streams plus. You could do super high definition with the 25 megabit, which is like the latest and greatest, and who the heck needs it? But you could do it if you wanted to. It's a lot of bandwidth. It's high quality bandwidth, and as Andrew explained, with the peering that we have, our data center talks to the servers for Google and Apple and Netflix and other companies at another data center that we're both at. So nothing ever has to go out to the internet. It just stays on our network, and fixed wireless is moving like fiber at the speed of light at 186,000 miles a second. So it's just as fast, the latencies are just as low. So it's a very high quality solution.
Wow, okay. Great. I know some folks out in the San Juan Valley are using some of the satellite stuff, and it's, I mean, it's old technology, right? So
that's right.
Good.
Yeah. Well,
almost the same price.
Law of physics, it travels at so many, so takes so long per second to get where it's going. You get to a high geostationary satellite, it takes approximately 3/4 of a second. And that is a lifetime in the internet. That takes you back to the days of the early Gulf War when the guy says, "So, Wolf, what are you seeing over there?"
Pause.
Oh,
okay. That's what you get. And you don't get that. With modern wireless, you don't get that. It's just like fun.
Right. Well, thank you.
Yes, indeed.
Thanks.
I have one more question. Will that be able to reach into the canyon?
Well,
San Juan Canyon?
We are a line of sight service when you talk about fixed wireless. So that means you have to see the water tank somehow. Now, there is new technologies that are coming out called NLOS, near line of sight. That is evolving rapidly. And we have deployed that in some instances. It's just incredibly expensive right now. It's probably 100 times more than it will be in a year. So when those prices come down, we may be deploying those services as well. But what we frequently do in rural communities is that we build substations where we can repeat from somebody's property. So say your neighbor sees the tower, but he sees you and another of your neighbors. We can just put a little tiny repeater radio the size of a small dessert dish and just bounce the signal right over to you with no loss at all. And you get the same service that they're getting with the direct link up to the water tank. So there's usually ways of getting around the bend and over the hill and through the trees. So we're real good at that.
Great. I had an experience. I used to work at Death Valley National Park. It was a monument at that time, and we had no TV. So one of my jobs was to bring in the service, and which we did. It was really amazing getting it brought in.
Right. Yeah, I can imagine.
Thank you. I just want to say that when Laura was just about to speak, my internet went down and I fell off the call. I'm back.
Good to have you back, Mayor.
We'll send you a copy of the presentation, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any public comment?
If you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 now. We have Sean Fitzharris, followed by Wayne Norton. And Sean, as you enter, please unmute yourself.
You skipped me, Leslie.
Sorry, you gave the presentation. I didn't realize you had more to say. My bad.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. The Wi-Fi that's going to be provided around town, how robust will that be? Do you think it'll be able to support 10 people, 20 people, 30 people? That's my main question.
We're planning right now, like our engineers, sort of drawing up the plan for the hotspot downtown. We are planning on bringing 2 1 gigabit radios, most likely over to the City Hall Fire Station building, if I'm correct. And one will be a primary. The second will be a secondary radio to be used in case there's any equipment problem or other problems. So we have a failover, 2 different frequencies. So we'll have 1,000 megabits sitting there, which is a whole lot of. We have Fortune 100 companies that don't use a gigabit. I'm always amazed at companies buying big bandwidth, and then we look and see what they're using, and they're literally using 1/10 of what they're paying for. But to answer your question, It should be able to support, I would say hundreds of people. Yeah, I think that should be able to support hundreds. I mean, we have one deployment that we did at a I guess a relatively low income housing complex, 93 units, and they heavily use the Wi-Fi we put in there, which would be very similar equipment, and very similar deployment. And I don't think we've had a complaint, and I'm sticking my neck on the block there, but I mean, it's really gone well.
Well, that sounds great. The reason why I was asking was going back to the picture I showed, 10, 15 minutes ago, I'm thinking, well, there's about 360 kids out at Anzar High, and maybe 120 of them live here in town, and they might be trying to, some of them might not have good internet access at home, or maybe most of them don't have good internet access at home. So I was just trying to make sure that they will be able to do their homework, let's just say.
Well, and it all depends on what their homework is. If their homework is just doing study booklets and doing tests and things of that nature, that's one thing. If they're all being told to watch high definition movies, we may have a problem.
Oh. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure enough.
Thank you very much. Public comment?
We have Sean Fitzharris.
Hi there. I hope I'm
welcome.
Hi there. Am I unmuted?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. No worries. I was curious about, so the downtown free Wi-Fi, was it going to be free actually is the question I had, or is it a paid service for the Wi-Fi that'll be available downtown?
It'll be free.
Okay. And another question is, given the historic nature of San Juan Bautista, how will you handle the antenna situation? Maybe you could describe a little bit about what the CPE will look like on the customer's side. And maybe if there's customers downtown that wish to have access, how will you make it pleasing to the eye in the downtown area or even the surrounding town?
Sure. Well, if we're talking about CPE to the client site, not talking about the hotspots, that will.
Well, either. I mean, either because the hotspots for downtown are actually, that is the historic district. So that would be interesting. The other part is, anywhere outside of the historic district, I suppose, that would go at a customer's premise. But there are certainly businesses downtown that could also may want to leverage your service that are in this historic district.
Sure. So we're very familiar with installing historic buildings, everything from historic buildings to trailer courts to 50 million Silicon Valley Titans homes. And so aesthetics are important for all people for myriad of different reasons. So the devices that we would install at the close distances that we're talking about at the tower are quite tiny. They'd be an order of 6 by 9 inches, 8 inches, 9 inches in diameter, pretty shallow dishes, or sometimes a panel. They would be mounted in a place, most likely it would be mounted someplace that would face the water tank from a CPE perspective at a home. So it would be on the roof quite frequently, maybe mounted on the chimney, maybe mounted on a vent pipe, maybe mounted under an eave. These are equipment, just like at the tower. As long as you use non-metallic spray paint, you can spray it any color you want, or paint it with a paintbrush any color you want. Have it blend in. It's so small. When you think about what you talk about, most people nowadays, many people have in rural areas have a satellite TV, Dish, DirecTV, and you're looking at a 30+ inch antenna there. And we're talking like a 6-inch, 9-inch device. You would have to look for it most of the time to notice it. We're very cognizant of, we don't mount it over people's front doors. Most folks don't like that. We try to put it in a place that's, that is aesthetically, pleasing, which means you don't see it. That really is our mode of working. And people, our technicians always talk to the client about where they're installing it. We get approval from the client and we install it in the place they're happy with. But I can't remember the last time we've had an issue with that. And as far as like the hotspots go, Sean, they will be like a puck. Looks sort of like a, I'm trying to think what it looked like. It'd be like a stack of like, 5-inch, 6-inch, plates on top of each other, about 1.5 inches tall. So it's just a round device that would be mounted, on local buildings, most likely on the rooftop, could be under the eave. And again, it could be painted. I would say that it would be, you have to scan very carefully, probably, to see where they are, if you're able to see them at all.
Sure. Can you talk a little bit about support? So support for customers, how that would work? What's the turnaround time? What's the, all of that stuff? Like, how does your support, what's your support?
Right. So in an instant like we have in San Juan Bautista right now, we do have an office there, but it is not staffed currently. So, it is sort of at the far reaches of our network. We go from right now from Marin County down to San Juan Bautista, Hollister, and everything in between. If it's, we have 24/7 phone support. We have 9 to 6 support level, tier up to tier 2 or tier 3 support at our offices in San Mateo. The rest of the time is US-based support, and they're pretty good. But if we have to dispatch, for a single home, if something happened, that may not happen. If it happened on Saturday afternoon, we may not get somebody out there until Monday morning. If it was what's called a code black, where the tower site went down, or there was a problem, at the Windmill Market, which feeds the tower, we would dispatch. We have emergency staff that would gear up and would be down there in a matter of hours. I would say on average it would be anywhere from 2 to 4 hours probably response time to get to where.
I would add, Lance, though, that there are also many issues that come up that can be fixed remotely. We monitor the network remotely, and if you call into our 24-hour service, they can often diagnose and fix problems right on the spot.
Absolutely.
Gotcha. So those 24-hour, so it sounds like you've got staff in the office in San Mateo for during the daytime hours, and the call center folks that are after hours, that's an outsourced business?
It is, but they're trained by us. They've been with us for many, many years.
And they're in Washington State, so they are in our same time zone.
That's right. They're under our management as far as what they do for us. They have access to our management tools, is what I'm saying.
Well, thanks. Appreciate it. Don't want to monopolize any more time. Appreciate it, you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean. Who do we have next?
Wayne Norton. And Wayne, as you enter, please unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. This is Jackie Morris Lopez.
Jackie?
Thank you for the presentation.
Jackie, hold on.
Jackie, hold on one second.
Sorry.
We have Wayne Norton up next.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay. Hi, Wayne. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the city for doing this. I'm working on the San Juan Bautista Rotary's Access Committee, and for the last 18 months, we've been working to try to bridge the digital divide in our area. And one of the major issues has just been, frankly, a lot of, especially school students, just weren't able to access broadband, no matter what price they could pay for it. So I want to thank the city for working on this. I know Don has spent a lot of time doing this, and his effort is paying off well, I think. I continue to have concerns about cost. I realize that the federal government has a low-cost program, but that has limited shelf life, and I'm hoping, as you are, that the state will pick that up and that will be continued. But we still have in a school district that has 70% of our kids are on free and reduced lunch. $60 a month is still a pretty tough toll on families that are hard pressed just to get food on the table. So I'm hoping that as we develop the service in San Juan Bautista, that we continue to keep affordability, especially for our low income residents, that we keep working on that issue and we don't let that sort of move behind us, that we always keep that in mind, because we really aren't bridging the digital divide if people can't afford it. We're not really closing the gap. So we need to make sure that we're working on that. And just sort of selfishly, because I live in Aromas, I'm wondering when you guys can get around the hill and help us out. You know, I can't see your water tank from my house. And so, this sounds like a really intriguing technology. And I hope that it really is going to have a great benefit, and I'm looking forward to the future. But thanks to the city for doing this.
Wayne, I can add for you that that area is part of our RDOF area, so we will be coming there in the next year or so.
Okay, if you want to put a transmitter on my roof, you're welcome to.
I'll get in touch with you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Jackie, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jordan. Yes, thank you for the presentation. I just learned something that I had no understanding of prior, even though it's still sort of limited. So I do hear the concerns and voice some concerns about the antenna themselves, being physically, disruption of our hillside view. The pictures that you're showing surely show that they're not very tall vertically. But I think there are plenty of residents that have concern about that since we are a small historic village. My question about the fixed line of sight connection, what if individuals don't switch over to your service? And I'm assuming that you're in the talking phase. I don't know that we've made a commitment as a city. This is the first I've heard of it, so I don't know if there's going to be more public hearings on this. But my question is, what if residents decide to stay with their current internet provider? Is there any interference with your fixed broadband services?
No. The way our system is set up, that everyone is on a private, completely private line. That another ISP could theoretically interfere with the signal, causing a weakness in the signal. But that sort of thing is usually worked out because it's in both parties' best interest to work that out. And so we maintain basically a sheet that basically so who owns what frequency, who's operating at what frequency. But I just don't see that as ever being a problem in San Juan Bautista. We're on towers where there's like 10 other ISPs, and we manage that to great effect. So it's going to have no effect on a satellite service, a DSL service which goes through your phone line, or a cable service if you were able to get say a Comcast or a Spectrum line. The two just are completely invisible to each other.
So you can keep your own service if you prefer it. You are under no obligation to switch over to it there.
That's right.
And then my last question is, are you one of the few companies regionally, because I know you said you're based out of the Bay Area, San Mateo. I kind of looked you up on the internet as you were doing your presentation. So are you the only company to this date that is really working with rural communities specifically, and also doing affordability to close the gap for folks that can't afford the standard internet services that we have now, or the poor quality? Are you the only one in the area?
There's a host of wireless ISPs throughout the country that, as far as pricing, in the Bay Area and the general environs around that, I don't think that there's anybody in the fixed wireless area that is offering anything as low as ours, $59, and plus supporting the EBB program. We actually have staff that's been trained on that. And we are in the process right now of, I think we have 3 or 4 folks that have already signed up for it in the first month, and we're already basically trying to figure out exactly how to process those payments from those clients, so they only end up paying $9 a month.
And also, I would add that serving rural areas and unserved and underserved communities is our primary business. That's what we've been doing for 17 years. That's why the company was started. And rural communities and hard to reach areas are our specialty. And that's why we're looking to help San Juan Bautista.
I did also want to add is that just today, the FCC announced another round of funding that's going to be $7 billion specifically for schools and students and libraries. Schools and libraries can apply for financial support, and I think that the window opens on the end of June to purchase laptops and tablets, to fund Wi-Fi hotspots, modems, routers, and broadband connections for off-campus use by students, school staff, and library patrons. And that off-campus thing is really important because the E-rate program has existed, but that has only been funded for schools. So this literally was just announced today. So this is going to be another fund that is going to allow communities to be able to subsidize internet particularly for students. But I would encourage anybody, especially involved with the schools, to look into that because that's opening up real soon.
And we'd be happy to help with the application process as well.
Yeah, we would. We know that stuff for a while now.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Cara Vonk followed by Fran Fitzharris. And Cara, as you enter, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Welcome, Cara.
Hi, thank you. Many of my questions have been answered, and as you probably know from my written comments, and on that score, I really think that you should be reading written comments that you've gotten into the record. But the aesthetics do not seem to be much of a problem at this point, since we talked about the size of the equipment. I did have a question about the antennas and how much higher they're going to extend beyond the top of the water tank. And then my other question had to do with the base station. Is that the office at the windmill, or is that some other facility?
The primary base station would be the water tank.
Oh, the water tank. Okay,
That's the base station.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I do have a question, how high the antennas will extend beyond the water tower itself.
Right. Not having been up on that, on top of the water tank myself.
They're actually lower than the ladder, as you can see here.
That's right.
All right.
Maybe a foot or two.
Okay. So some of those aesthetic concerns have been addressed. I did want to comment on the price as well. $59 a month for, the lowest speed. That still, I think, is going to be very expensive for a lot of people in town. And I know my husband and I, we've got phone and internet, and I think we paid not more than $60 a month. And we have not had any problems. And I have to say it's AT&T. So I think the $59 a month is going to be a lot of money for a lot of people. So if there's a way to reduce that, even for people who don't qualify, for the, what is it, below the poverty line?
EBB.
Let's see if I have any other questions very quickly. Let's see. I think that is probably the extent of it. Thank you so much. And very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fran. Hi, Fran, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I'll make this quick. I didn't want to not ask this question. So I wanted to just touch on your support. And you mentioned if you have an outage on a Saturday night, you may not be able to get out until Monday. So I just want you to consider thinking about a package for businesses. So there's a lot of us that use the internet for our POS systems. And the worst thing that happens to us, and always happens on a Saturday night, right in the middle of dinner service, our busiest time, we lose our internet and we lose our POS system. It's really stressful. And so that's something you guys can consider, or at least let businesses know your response time. It's been so bad that I got a secondary provider, so I just fail over when my first internet goes down. I fail over to my secondary because it's just so stressful when we have an outage. So I just wanted to ask for that. Thank you.
Right. So redundancy is always very important. And one of the things that we didn't talk about, but that we did say that we can see over the Lone Tree Road, we see over into Hollister. Our plans do include a secondary link to our network. So being able to have multiple paths back to the internet is vital to provide a highly stable, reliable network. And that is something that we are going to be providing at the water tank. So if that should protect us against a tower outage or a base station outage. As far as a business, you're smart. All businesses, if they have mission critical, I don't care if they have fiber, they have AT&T, Comcast, or who they have. They all have. I mean, we have customers, big customers that have 3 internet providers. I even have one that has 4 internet providers. For them, being out for 1 second is literally, it can't happen. So, if you want to have what's called 5 nines, basically up 99.999% of the time, you have to have true redundancy. And that would mean multi-carriers. We can get close to that by providing a redundant base station and, high quality equipment that's installed well. We rarely have problems, but, as you noted, Murphy's Law always strikes, when it hurts you the most, on Saturday night when you're real busy at your business. This may change, as we expand. We talk about, getting a southern staff in place when we do have more people. I think that the response times will go down. But that's a very good question. And it's one that, that we probably need to think a little bit more about. So thank you for your question.
Thank you. Thank you all for that presentation. Thank you all for your questions and comments. If I can have a motion.
I will move that we accept the contract.
Thank you very much.
I will second that.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Yes, and this is a resolution 2021-33. Councilmember Edge?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Yes.
Councilmember Friels?
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
And that motion passes with a 5-0 vote.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, 6C, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista adopting the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget and capital improvement plan. Don Reynolds, staff report.
There we go. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is the fourth time we've met about the budget, and we had a town hall meeting just last Tuesday, June 8th, where we went into quite a lot of detail. I then made myself available to the City Council and the public to meet about the budget, and I had several of those meetings over the past week, including today. The budget is available and completely transparent to the community. It's accessible through our city website. The link is called ClearGov, and we shared that with the council. We walked through some of the examples of the information that's there, including the graphs and charts. So it's quite a usable document, and the public has easy access to it. Of course, there's a hard copy at City Hall if somebody wants to go through a page at a time. That's possible as well. As presented earlier in these workshops and town hall meetings, the general fund revenues are in full recovery, and we anticipate growth up to 18% above where we were. So a little less than $1 million a year in
Hey, hi, you made it. Oh, good.
Kara, can you
I'm sure
please
you're
mute
tired.
yourself?
I'm on a Zoom meeting.
Kara, can you please mute yourself?
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Everybody's hearing you.
Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Don, go ahead.
And as the growth is occurring, we've been able to keep our general fund expenses stable, increasing only 2.4%. So things have changed a little bit since the June 8th town hall meeting. But I just wanted to reiterate that the 2.4% increase does include a cost of living increase for city staff salaries, the first one in 3 years. The last one was in 2019. So we did increase our expenditures by about $13,000 since the June 8th town hall meeting. That comes as a result of a meeting with the Public Works staff, who's requesting paint and street signs so we can replace our weathered stop signs and repaint our crosswalks. But having said that, the general fund CIP remains at $328,619 as shared in the previous presentations. And this includes approximately $100,000 for each of the 3 priority areas that our strategic plan identified. So it includes $100,000 for the Urban Growth Boundary Ad Hoc Committee and its recommendations, probably a general plan update, and that's an expensive undertaking. It also includes a 3rd Street master plan, which comes as a result of the conversations that are ongoing with downtown businesses related to the parklets and the future design of 3rd Street and the needs. Moving our restaurants outdoors and other things seems to be a trend, at least at the moment, that will possibly become permanent. So this is a way to incorporate those ideas into a master plan. It's about a 14 to 18 month process. And then lastly, we're establishing a public safety subcommittee, and we anticipate initiatives to come from the subcommittee that will have price tags attached to them. So what I'm proposing in the capital improvement plan is basically a funding of the city council's priorities, and that is controlling growth and keeping our community small, improvements to the design and walkability of 3rd Street in the form of a master plan and a public engagement process around that, and then ways to look at improving public safety in our community. The wastewater CIP decreased $170,000. This came with a late Friday afternoon phone call from the water board. This is related to applying our fines in our city, and this simply isn't resolved yet. It's a proposal, and so they've asked that I remove that from the capital improvement budget. But we're hoping to be able to apply that money to emergency generators, at least for our wells, to get emergency generators on standby at all 3 of our wells. That's where we're headed. We're just not ready to put it into the CIP yet, and I was asked to remove it. We did add back $15,000 for emergency pump replacement. We have a few pumps apparently that go out every year, and the Public Works Department asked that we just have some money in the CIP so that we could replace them as needed. Some reason they tend to go out on Sundays. So so that's where we are, and these are real busy charts, but I just wanted to compare the June 3rd chart to the June 9th chart, showing that we go from a $3.7 million CIP to a $3.8 million CIP by adding back some of those projects. And the changes that we've added back revolve around our transfer switches for the emergency power at wells 1 and 5, DS lift station pump upgrades so that it has the capacity to handle our filtration program, and then telemetry for our wells. And then we have a few increases to some equipment we tried to buy last year, and then the price went up on us, so we're looking at a more realistic price now, going from the pipe locator going up $5,000 to get a digital process, $7,800, and the steel trench plates, we could only buy 1 or 2 of them at $2,500, so they're asking for $6,500 now in Public Works. So that's the difference between the June 8th town hall meeting and the budget we presented tonight. we thought that we would have $99,000 remaining to put into the reserves at the town hall meeting. And that number's been reduced, like I said, by about $13 million. Pardon me, $13,000. I'm looking on my old city's budget. So we're looking at hopefully being able to put away $86,000 into reserves rather than $99,200. But with that, we would be able to paint crosswalks and write new signs. So I just wanted to just run through the budget real fast and show you the difference between what we discussed on June 8th and what we're proposing tonight as a final budget. So with that, I'm happy to take questions from the community or from the city council, and hopefully move the budget forward towards adoption tonight. So that's all I have to report, Mayor. That's a good summary of where we've been and where we hope to go.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, and concerns? Councilmember Edge.
Thank you, Don, for that presentation. And I think I asked all my questions last week. So I don't have any questions. Good job.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Good job there, Don. Yeah, we pretty much discussed this last week, so yeah, I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Nothing. Don and I have talked about stuff often, bits and pieces, and it looks great. Ready to move on. Let's get this budget done.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
No questions. Like Caesar and Mary said, we discussed it last week, and let's do it.
Awesome. Questions, comments, or concerns from the public? Are there any hand raised?
If you would like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9 now. Looks like we have Jackie joining us.
Thank you very much.
Jackie, go ahead. You got
Jackie,
it.
welcome.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. Just looking at the budget line item under parks projects, I just had questions regarding the total of $164,340 for the Verity Park restroom. I know that project's been kicked around. We spent money on plans, I think it was maybe upwards or close to 40 grand on plans that never were materialized. So I'm just wondering now, that's going to put it at almost $200,000 for a bathroom, and I can't imagine it's going to be the size of a tiny home. So as a public member, I'm just wondering why the cost is high. And I know we can't recoup the money that we spent on the plans years ago. So can someone answer that question?
I'd be happy to, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead.
The amount budgeted for the Verity Park restrooms is actually a grant from the State Parks Department. And so that project will be bid. And we've actually found a much less expensive way to develop the project that was designed. So we're taking advantage of the design that we paid for. We're building the restrooms that the Planning Commission approved with the lighting attached to the building and so forth. And we're going to do that through a prefab model now. So I'm expecting the bids to come in quite a bit less than that. So that's a very good point. Thank you, Jackie, for making that point. And when we come back with the bids, you'll see that we're not going to spend near that much money, which provides more park money from the state to use at other parks.
Thank you, Don.
Madam Mayor, there are no other public comments at this time.
Thank you very much. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution of the City Council of the City of San Juan Bautista adopting the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget and capital improvement plan.
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Resolution 2021-34. Councilmember Edge.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Yes.
Councilmember Friels.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
And that motion passes with a 5-0.
Thank you very much. 6D, appoint a member of the public at large to the Safety Committee.
Mayor Ed, Mayor Jordan, members of the City Council, we have been soliciting the council and others for recommendations for an at-large member to join our Public Safety Subcommittee. And we did have one response, and that was provided in your packet. We're hoping to get a second response, and it hasn't arrived yet. So I'm asking the council if you want to maybe extend this deadline for a week and hoping to get more applications, or if you would be willing to make a decision on the one application we've received. It's at your pleasure, council.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge, questions, comments, concerns?
Well, the one applicant that we got, I'm happy with her, and I think we should just go ahead and vote tonight.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores.
We should take action.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels.
I agree. Take action.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
I agree. We should take action to wait because the other person is, he's a peace officer in Gilroy. He's a sergeant. He's presently, serving as a watch commander or something. He doesn't have a lot of time, but he's promised to make time. He lives here in San Juan. He's a very good person, very knowledgeable on public safety and things like that, that as much as I like the other person, she just doesn't have his knowledge. So I think we should wait for his application, and you'll see how qualified he is.
Thank you very much. Are there any public comments?
If you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9. Madam Mayor, there are no public comments.
Thank you very much. I will entertain a motion to appoint a member of the public at large to the Safety Committee, and that person is Rachel Ponce.
I move that we accept her application and appoint her to the Safety Committee.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? I'm sorry. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edge.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Yes.
Councilmember Friels.
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman.
No.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
That motion passes with a 4-1 vote.
Thank you very much. Congratulations and welcome to the Safety Committee. Rachel, do you want to say anything?
I'll bring her into the meeting.
Okay.
I just did.
Dawn just did. Where is she?
You have to unmute herself, though. I don't do it as well as you, Shauna.
There you go.
Thank you.
Hi, Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to working with the committee.
And us as well. Thank you very much. Thank you for your application.
Congratulations, Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Discussion items. Discussion of micro enterprise home kitchen operations, MICO, in the city of San Juan Bautista. Staff report on Reynolds.
Here it comes. All right. So, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. Micro enterprise home kitchen operations is a result of some new 2019 legislation passed by the state and then revised. And because the health department monitors preparation of food and commercial preparation of food in our county, the state legislation delegates to the county the decision to whether or not to allow these enterprise operations to exist in our community. So the Board of Supervisors took this matter on, and if the county were to say, yes, micro-enterprise home kitchen operations are great, it could impact our city, and especially those very similar businesses known as cottage industries. So it gets kind of technical, and I've clipped a few slides here just so that we all understand. So it's AB 626, revised AB 337. AB 626 allows for the operation of MECOs if the county authorizes permitting them by ordinance or resolution. So what we're hoping to take away from the discussion today is to let the county know how the city council feels about this. Because if the county opts in, then all cities opt in as well. So it's a small-scale restaurant operated by a single resident in a private home where there's no more than one employee in addition to family and household. Food is prepared, cooked, and served on the same day, and food can be consumed on-site, picked up, or delivered. But yes, there's all these little caveats in this law. The food must be delivered by a family member, not a third-member delivery service. And it's little rules like this that make this even more cumbersome than the cottage industries for sure. But they submit a permit application to the Environmental Health Agency. That's our public health department at the county. We obtain initial inspection of the facility. The county would have to go to the home and then successfully pass an approved and accredited food safety certification examination. So it's not easy, but you're basically preparing meals and serving them. So you make 2 lasagnas instead of 1, and you sell the second lasagna. It's kind of the feeling that I get for this. And then there are further limitations. There's limited to no more than 30 individual meals per day, 60 meals per week, direct sales only, so there's no catering or wholesale. There's no more than 50,000 in gross annual sales, and homes must meet state potable water standards, and then internet food service intermediaries. So that's basically the way they do their business is through social media and other things. That's where they advertise. But they're limited in how much money they can make, the number of employees, the number of meals. So it's basically the state passed the legislation talking about how these home occupations can occur in our city. And so do we want them to occur, and how do we want to tell the county? So there are exemptions. Inspections are limited to once a year and by appointment rather than unannounced risk-based inspections. They're exempt from hand washing requirements in the kitchen area. They're exempt, which means that they don't need to have the 3 sinks, hot, cold, and rinse water. You need 3 stainless steel sinks in an industrial kitchen. Exempt from certain equipment and sanitation requirements, exempt from planning provisions. So this is real important. Jurisdictions may not prohibit the operation, require a rezone of the property, or impose any other restriction on a MECO if the county approves MECOs. So this is something our city likes to control. We like to control operation and the zoning of property. This is basically a commercial use in a residential zone outside of our home occupation permits and the rules that they have. They're exempt from exhaust hood ventilation requirements. They wouldn't need fire sprinklers in their exhaust hood, for example, because they're small. And exempt from a plan review process. So basically, if the county approves this, they can do it, and the city has little or not much to say about it. So right now, San Benito County is not an opt-in county. They have basically the workload for doing the inspection and providing the administration is an increase on government departments. It's a direct competition with restaurants and food trucks. Potential neighborhood impacts, obviously. Complaints and nuisances. This is where local code enforcement may get involved, investigating and enforcing regulations if a nuisance ordinance occurs, odor, traffic, parking, etc. So that's a situation where approving or telling the county, yes, we like this program, may actually impact our current code enforcement burden because of these unintended outcomes of conducting this type of business from home. But I'm really hungry right now, and that looks really yummy. I'm sorry.
Me too.
I just had to say that.
We're all gonna lose weight on this schedule here.
I know. So here are the counties and one city that have opted in. For some reason, the city of Berkeley is considered a county, I guess. But they've opted in, but they have not yet started issuing permits. There's no action pending in those remaining cities and counties. So Riverside, Imperial, and Lake County are the ones doing this the most. And you note that these are very large counties and rural counties. These are counties out in the desert, or Lake County up in Clear Lake. They're not metropolitan areas. So that's who's taking advantage of this law. So opt-in, the county would authorize MICOs countywide. Cities would not be able to opt out. If they opt out, the county could affirmatively decline to authorize permitting of MICOs countywide, and cities would not have an option to opt in. If they take no action, MICOs would not be authorized. So I'm asking the City Council tonight on behalf of the County Board of Supervisors to give an opinion that I can share with them in the form of a letter of whether they favor opting in, opting out, or that the county take no action on that. And that's the next topic. So that's the end of the presentation on MICOs, Mayor. And I'll leave this slide up while we chat about it. And I'll do my best to answer questions. We did not ask the county to be here tonight.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, or concerns from the council? Councilmember Edge?
I don't know. I think this is opening a can of worms. I don't think this is something that we want to do. So would we opt out or no action?
Well, we would recommend that the county decide to opt out, and then Plan B would be to take no action, right?
Okay, yeah, that's my recommendation.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores?
I agree with Mary's action.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
This is a tough one. A lot of pretty incredible, wineries, breweries, kitchens have started this way, and it's tough in San Diego County because we just don't have a ton of resources. Like Don said, Riverside County, it's a huge county. They've got tons of resources. It just seems like it would be way overwhelming for us. So I'm on the fence on this. So this is first time coming to me. I really got to do a little more research and then talk to some folks. So I can't really make a decision on this right now.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
I agree with Scott. I'm on the fence. I can see advantages and disadvantages to both sides. Lack of sanitation does worry me a lot. But then, who am I to say, no, you can't make a living or augment your income if you're a really good cook and your neighbor across the street wants to buy food from you. So I'd like to wait a while. I'd like to wait and figure out what everyone else, yeah.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions, Don. I brought this up at Intergovernmental, and I don't remember what the answer was. I probably lost internet service then. Food poisoning. Was that discussed? John, maybe you remember? What does one do? What's the recourse? And again, that goes back to your sanitation. It's a big concern.
It is.
Yeah. We're a city that totally reinvented itself at the beginning of COVID. So I go to who are we to decide whether or not individuals want to reinvent themselves? But then I go to the point where this is just too out of control. I'm going for opting out. Do we have any public comment?
we have Fran Fitzharris. One moment. And Fran, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Fran.
Hi, everybody. I attended the Board of Supervisors meeting with this topic. And so this is for dinners only, meals only. It does not impact, like, for example, Black Pot Artisan, our local cottage bakery. And it doesn't impact breweries or wineries because that would be considered home brewing. And there's special directions for them. So, and I spoke kind of from a standpoint of, we started our business at home. We live on 5 acres. We have a 1,400 square foot building, and that's where the brewery was. We got our permits, we got our licensing. We were an urban enterprise business. And we also got our license for beer manufacturing, state and federal. So we went through the process, insurance, all of those things that everyone should go through when they're having a business, you know, temporary, small, or whatnot. It's for your protection and the protection of your customers. And so we went through that process, did that for 5 years, and then opened up our storefront in downtown San Juan Bautista, as you all know. So it's a process. So I'm all for people, you know, wanting to start their business, but I'm not for people not following a process, not going through the permitting, not going, like, sanitation alone is a very scary thing, especially with food. And so those are my concerns, is that there's no room for shortcuts when you're preparing people's meals. So those are some of my concerns. And I just think it would be really hard to police it. This all came about because everybody started a home business because of the pandemic. And this is kind of where all this started. And it just got out of control. And here's a way to kind of bring it back together. But I just don't think that it could be properly policed. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Cara Vonk. Cara, please unmute yourself as you enter.
Thank you, Cara. Welcome. There you are.
I'm sorry, but I didn't mean to raise my hand, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
And looks like Jackie Morris is with us.
Thank you. Welcome, Jackie.
Thank you once again. I, as a healthcare provider, see huge red flags with the lax regulations or non-regulations of having a third sink. The sanitation regulations seem to be pretty non-existent, even though it's for a limited amount of food, specifically for dinners. So from a health perspective, you know, safety and welfare, you don't want to be giving people E. coli or anything like that, or salmonella. So this just gives me, you know, just great concern. I also feel, on another hand, you know, we talk a lot about promoting our Third Street businesses. This, to me, I think would cut into that. You know, we are a small strip of restaurants. We have a handful of restaurants and eateries. And I think to allow this to happen specifically for dinner time meals could really cut into the businesses of our local restaurants and eateries. I don't think this is a good idea. I think you should opt out for those 2 reasons that I stated, health-wise, and also cutting into our local eateries and restaurants. And if you opt out and the county decides to go with it, we, as our city, as our manager stated so eloquently, we can make our own rules. We speak for ourselves. We were ahead of the curve when we decided to hold out with the mask mandate before the county was hemming and hawing about it. So I think we could follow suit on anything that they might throw at us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don, do we have a deadline on this? Are they meeting on this on intergovernmental and the Board of Suits at their next meeting?
No, the purpose was to meet and have a conversation. The board is dark in July, and I thought that they were coming back maybe as soon as next Tuesday to decide on this. I can't recall if at intergovernmental they were going to wait until August to take action. So let me look back through my notes and find that Thursday when we met. I probably have a note on it. Pardon me while I look. That's a great question.
And Mayor Jordan, I have a question for him after this too, if I could.
Go
After
ahead,
he-
thank you. Thank you, go
Well,
ahead.
I'll go and wait for him. I don't want to bury
Okay.
him with questions.
Okay. I'm sorry. Intergovernmental was. This guy, yeah. Okay. Here it is. Here it is. Thank you for your patience. According to my notes, okay. Yeah. No, I didn't write it down, so I'm not sure when they're going to take this back to the board. Actually, I'm sorry. We said that we were not going to discuss this in July, so it's going to have to wait until August. Legalizing NICO would not happen until September. So we'd have a chance to talk about this again if you'd like in the July 13th council meeting.
Don, quick question. Did you say if the county decided to opt in, that we would have no choice?
Yes.
And then with the mayor's question about food poisoning, with somebody who's had severe food poisoning, it really started making me think again. So it was terrible. With that being said, that seems like it would take a whole lot of hour from us. So I would be all for opting out on this. Changed my mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
So we have a 4-1 with an undecided. I guess we can.
Not technically.
I'll let Mayor Jordan, I'll be happy to make a unanimous and opt out.
Okay.
Okay, so I can share that in a letter. By consensus, the council feels, but we're not allowed to take action on this. Huh, Shauna, we can't take action on this. So I can at least express unanimous concern from the council.
Yeah, you can share with them that we discussed it and how we feel.
There's too many unknowns, you know?
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so I think a letter with what we discussed would be perfectly fine. Not that we're taking any action,
right?
But how we feel unanimously.
You know, I'm thinking of I see a picture of somebody going to the bathroom and not washing their hands and coming
Hey, Dios mío.
Get it.
Ay.
A lot of
You
people
probably had dinner before the council meeting.
7B, moving right along.
You were getting punched drunk?
I think so.
Oh my gosh. Update on water and wastewater distribution system enhancements in compliance with the Environmental Protection Agency.
Sure, thank you. I have begun requesting monthly updates from San Benito County Water District has offered, and so has, of course, our contractor. Both projects are under design. As you know, the wastewater force main to Hollister had a little bit of a setback today, but I'll get to that. Talking about the reusing of the wastewater treatment plant site, repurposing the pump station facilities to pump the wastewater to Hollister, using the existing 18-inch gravity sewer line for the new force main. So all this is a summary that our project is now defined, and all of it will be in county roadways with the exception of 1,500 feet. We'll need to be purchasing some right-of-way at the very end near Mitchell Road, where it crosses over into the Hollister treatment plant. So right now, Hollister is not going to allow us to use the abandoned pipe that they have under 156. That's a $400,000 cost estimate. So if we have to put in our own pipe there, that's what we planned to do that originally, and it's in the budget. But we thought we had come across a money saver there. And just before the council meeting tonight, their engineering firm wrote to us denying us access to that pipe because, of course, they may need it as they expand their own treatment plant. So it makes sense to me. I'll talk to the city manager about it, but I understand where they are. So having defined the project, I was on the phone with EMC, who is a familiar name to us. Terry Whistler has done a number of environmental studies. They did our housing element. They're the firm that's doing the environmental work, so we're already working with them, and we're already preparing aerial photos and hydrology reports. So in a nutshell, the program is moving forward as planned. We are also working with our industries, and we have what I'm working towards is a report card on the flow from each of them and the water quality. So we'll be able to go back to them hopefully before the end of this month and talk to them directly about the wastewater that they're sending to us. And the design right now for the project has a separate industry pump station into the force main outside of city limits and individual industry flow meters and sample facilities, so that can be monitored. So that's the way the project design is coming together for the wastewater force main to Hollister. The source water, because I asked for this from HDR at the last minute, this is the San Benito County's contractor. They are still finishing up their primary geotech investigation, what they call the basis of design report. And when they get that approved by the water district, then they'll be able to finalize their project and begin their environmental reviews. They are working hard to finalize the right-of-way. They've had some stubborn property owners out there, and so once they get that alignment from landowners secured, then they can survey the area and drop the 30% designs, which were scheduled to be due at the end of the summer. So actually, I'm surprised we're actually a little ahead of the water district and their project because we've chosen to go an easier route through the county roads. So there is about a $300,000 encroachment permit when we take our course through the existing streets, but it is quicker, and the faster it gets built, the less it costs. So with that, I have not heard back from Hollister regarding the MOU, so I'll have to hit up a city manager when I get back into town next Tuesday. The rate study will be in final draft by the time I get back into town next Tuesday, so I'll be able to share that final draft with the council and see what kind of rates we're looking at for the next 5 years. And then I am due for an EPA update at the end of June, and we'll have to have an extension request for the MOU and the rate study because it won't be quite done yet by the end of June, but it'll certainly be done by the end of July. So that's where we are with our water and wastewater projects. They are moving forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the council may have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge?
Actually, no, I don't have any questions. I just, I appreciate that we're moving along, and, there might be, and I figure little setbacks, but hopefully they're just small. And that's all I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
Thank you for the report. No other comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
Just that, man, I'm loving how fast it's moving along, and I'm not going to say any more because I don't want to jinx it.
Councilmember Freeman?
I'm just happy to hear the good progress. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for keeping this going strong.
Okay.
Update on COVID-19. Oh, I am so sorry. Public comments.
If you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand or dial *9. Madam Mayor, we have no public comments.
Thank you very much. Update on COVID-19 and effects to San Juan community and San Benito County.
Oh, I had more water to share with you. I forgot.
Oh, Sharon.
I'm sorry. Sean couldn't be here, but we are in on May 10th, Governor Newsom expanded his April drought emergency to include our county. 41 counties are now under a drought state of emergency, representing 30% of the state's population. So this is a notice that, part of a notice that the Water Resources Agency wants to put in our bills. And basically, it's saying that we're at stage 1 voluntary water conservation measures, which means that we have to take certain actions as all of our residents and businesses are asked to take certain actions when we get to the stage 1 voluntary water conservation stage. And when the drought is over, water will return to normal. That's what we're hoping to see. So outdoor water restrictions include landscape watering limited and restricted to more than 3 days per week, 15 minutes of watering per station, and no watering of landscaping between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., no washing down sidewalks, driveways, or hardscape surfaces, no watering landscape in a manner that causes runoff to adjacent properties, no washing of cars without the use of a quick-acting positive nozzle, and no operation of decorative fountains or other water features. So there are not a lot of those in our town, no public fountains. So this is the kind of restrictions that we're all familiar with, unfortunately, and so it's kind of like, here we go again. And it affects the San Benito County Water District more than it affects San Juan Bautista because our aquifers are still pumping water. But I assured the Water Resources Agency that any information they put out should include San Juan Bautista, and we expect our residents to work towards conserving water, just like the rest of the state is having to do. So I just wanted to mention this tonight under the water conversation because it is very important, and that this notice will be going out in our bills at the end of June. So I think we all agree that water conservation is the message. And that's the Water Resource Agency's phone number and website. If the community has any questions, that's where they can go to get answers about the drought. So I've had the drought question come up in a number of different places, and so I just wanted to drop this slide in here to speak to that tonight. So there may not be any questions on this, I don't know, but Mayor, I just wanted to share a little drought update with everyone.
Thank you very much. Anybody have any questions, comments, or concerns on that?
No.
No? Good. Okay. Thank you, Don.
Okay.
COVID-19.
Here it comes. COVID-19. So today was the day, June 15th, was the day when we were going to hear from the state. Remember a year ago, May, the county opted to let the state dictate our status. So the whole idea of different colors and different tiers is no longer in existence. So we were in yellow, which was the least restrictive. We're not in any color tier, nor is any county in the state. So I just wanted to reiterate that we're still in a state of emergency. And as the emergency director, I'm requesting the city council to review tonight, every 21 days until the local emergency is terminated, the need for continuing. So the state is continuing their state of emergency, and so I'm recommending the city do the same. And the restrictions that ended on June 15th include physical distancing, capacity limits on businesses, so there's no more 50%, 25%, and the county tier system, which I've already read. And this whole PowerPoint will be available on our website associated with this meeting. So if you want to go to any of these links and read beyond the blueprint, questions and answers and the details, they're available. But this is it in a nutshell. Vaccine verification, negative testing required for indoor mega events. So a mega event is 5,000 and outdoor mega events are 10,000. So I'm not sure, this might apply to the rib cook-off. I'm not sure it would apply to smaller events that we have in our town right now. Capacity limitations, there are no restrictions. Physical distancing, no restrictions for attendees, customers, and guests. Masking, follow the current guidance for face covering, which means when you're indoors and you don't know if people are vaccinated or not, it's recommended that you wear a mask. People who are not, and then the Cal OSHA advisory is if you have employees who are not vaccinated, then all the employees in that workspace have to wear a mask. They're still messing with that, and they may have actually rescinded that, but that's the practice we've been practicing at City Hall. So again, the CDC recommendations on travel advisory, there's a little more on that down here. But this is, in a nutshell, where we're at. Wear a mask if you're unvaccinated, especially in crowded indoor environments. Expect others to be ready. Don't expect others to be ready to shake hands or to hug. Follow safety rules for mega events. Don't lose your proof of vaccination. Get tested if you're sick. Don't think you can get the virus or pass it on because you feel well. Do wear a mask while in public transit, even if you're vaccinated. Don't assume everyone is vaccinated. Do honor mask and distancing rules in place at private businesses. And this is important, and we'll get to that in the next item. Don't expect all COVID-19 rules everywhere to be lifted. That's up to the private business owners. Get tested if required by your workplace, and don't travel into the U.S. without proof of vaccination or negative COVID-19 test. And do wear a mask when you travel, and don't travel if you're sick. So that's the important messages coming out from the state of California Public Health Department today. And it's all pretty familiar. We've been living that way. People who are unvaccinated must continue to wear a mask indoors to protect in public settings, to protect themselves and others. Also, there are some settings where masking is still required. Public transit, hospitals, long-term care facilities, homeless shelters, and school indoors K through 12. So that's where masks still apply, and it's much limited. It's much more liberal than it has been. But it's still a state of emergency, and we still need to be careful. And I don't know, Deb is still on the call with us today. We talked about the city's mask ordinance and how it applies, and the signs that we put up downtown, it sounds like we can start taking those down from our sidewalks. Lastly is a travel advisory. The California no longer has a travel advisory in effect. There's now a state recommendation to test and quarantine. There's now no state recommendation to test and quarantine. Air passengers are required to have negative COVID if they're leaving the state or the United States, and masks are required in all forms of transportation. So that's kind of it in a nutshell. And Deb, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at our mask policy and whether or not it should still be in effect, whether or not we should still have signs downtown requiring masks. Did you have a chance to look at that?
So I haven't. The League of Cities attorney site was down today, so I will take a look at it tomorrow and see what's revising for the cities.
Okay.
My understanding is there's still a Cal OSHA problem with the Cal OSHA guidelines, and they're coming out in the next day or two with new guidelines.
Okay. So this is still evolving. If I could just blend this right into the next issue, and that is, what are we going to do? Combining 7D and 7F, reopening City Hall and public meetings. I've worked with staff and we've had conversations about reopening city offices and buildings July 1st. And we all feel that that's doable. We can have the right measures in place. But for all public that comes into our facilities, we would like to require that they wear a mask when they're in our facilities, because we don't want to be in the position of only seeing people who've had vaccinations. It's a much lesser impact for folks to wear a mask. We have plenty of masks that they can borrow at City Hall should they forget to bring theirs, and maybe they've walked from home, and to prevent them from walking back to their house to get a mask, we can certainly loan them a clean, fresh mask. We're not certain about community hall rentals, and we just started looking into it today. I just have this feeling that if we're going to transfer the risk of COVID to someone who rents a city hall from us, that we would need to review our forms and applications and security protocols before we started doing that. So I'm not quite ready to begin advertising the community hall for rental, but I would think maybe as soon as August 1st, we could start taking reservations. So that would cause us to get these protocols in place. So I'm thinking that we don't need the mask required signs on city sidewalks, that those should come down. We're looking into the mask ordinance. The city attorney just mentioned that. And in public meetings, this was the protocol that the city clerk and I talked about this afternoon. If the entire city council is vaccinated and so is staff, which I believe is the case, then we would invite the city council to sit at the dais and staff and not require a mask, but that all members of public that attend the city council meeting, they're not restricted. Of course, the fire marshal has restrictions, but they all need to wear masks because we don't know which ones are vaccinated and which ones aren't. So when they go to the dais to speak from the podium, they can take down their masks, they can speak, and then they can put their masks back on and return to their seat. So that's the protocol I'm considering for city council meetings and planning commission meetings. We have a planning commission meeting scheduled July 6th and city council July 13th. So that's the plan that I have for reopening city buildings and to conduct public meetings beginning in July. And so I really appreciate the council's feedback on that. And then Shauna pointed out that the Brown Act exceptions end September 30th, that there are no laws pending right now that encourage off-site participation, and that maybe our community is so small and diverse technologically that we encourage folks to come to city council meetings again and just abandon the whole Zoom concept. And so I do look forward to our meetings getting back to normal and having in-person meetings again. So that's the direction that I'm favoring, and that's my conversation on how to handle the mask situation. It's pretty well summarized in this one slide, so I'll leave this up for the council and public to consider. So, okay, Mayor, I did my best. I saw that this item was duplicated on the agenda, so there's a little bit of relief there, and this is it.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Councilmember Edge.
Yeah, no, it sounds like you guys have everything kind of worked out. And I agree, we are a small community, so we probably should go back to our meetings. I'm going to miss not having to rush out of the house and go to City Hall and to wear my pajama bottoms and just no, I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be nice to be with others. And the one thing I did want to say is that only about a month ago, I have friends that went to a gathering, and they ended up picking, the husband got COVID. They had already been vaccinated, and they assumed that everybody at the gathering was vaccinated, and obviously somebody wasn't. And so the husband got COVID, and she didn't get sick. But anyway, I think we have to be very cautious when we are out in public and when we're around people that we don't really know where they've been. And just recently I heard of two individuals going to a birthday party, and they were not vaccinated. So I think we all have to kind of use our best judgment and use our mask whenever we feel it necessary. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Dawn.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores?
No comments. Thank you. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Councilmember Friels?
We'll start with, I'm ready to get back to, back to getting down to City Hall for these meetings. I did look at the CDC guidelines today when they had a chance, and in California, and if you're vaccinated, if you need to go to the grocery store or Lowe's or whatever, you don't have to wear a mask. And I did, and I actually had a person walk by me and told me, it's good to see your face, which was kind of cool. But I'm ready to get back. I show you the chair that I've been sitting in. It's just terrible. I don't know if you guys can see it. I feel like I'm having kidney stones sitting in this thing. So yeah, I'm ready. So let's get back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman?
Just like Scott, I'm ready to get back. I think as long as we follow the guidelines that the state and the CDC are putting out, I'm happy with that.
Thank you. I'm ready to get back at it also. And next city council meeting, we should talk about how we as a city are moving forward with opening up the city to outside events. So if we can put that on the agenda, that'd be awesome.
Yes, I did get an email today from Mr. Williams. Yeah.
Okay, any public comment?
Yes, Madam Mayor. EJ Sadafia. And EJ, if you'll please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Welcome, EJ.
Hello. You guys hear me?
Hey, yep.
Ignore my my nerdness on display. It's too powerful work. I've been part of a lot of these talks at my job as people are starting to come back to work and figuring out what's going to be done. I get the sense of needing to jump off and starting to follow guidelines. But to me the problem is multifaceted. The safety part, I think we all agree on. Like John said, Councilman Freeman, for following the CDC guidelines and the guidelines, not so much from the state, but more from the CDC, the actual scientists, not the politicians. That makes me pretty comfortable. But the other part of it is, I have been really, really enjoying, being able to be part of these. And as you guys are excited to get back into the offices and get back into the public forum, I'm going to be going back to work as well. And that means a whole lot more commute time for me. And I would love to still be a part of this. So I think it would be a shame to fully abandon the Zoom or fully abandon things like that would let members of the community and maybe people who can't get out of their house or are commuting still be able to participate. And for me, sometimes it's not even just participating. It's heartening just to listen to all that's going on and all the effort that's going on that people are doing. And I really appreciate John's PowerPoints. I hate making PowerPoints. I love other people presenting, letting other people do the work, and I just sit back and armchair quarterback it. So I don't mean any of this to say we shouldn't be getting back to doing things. It just, to me, it'd be nice to be able to still do both, so people will still get to participate when they can. Offering options is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next we have Jackie Morris Lopez.
Hi, Jackie. Welcome back.
Jackie, you'll just need to unmute yourself. There we go.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak on this. I come from the perspective that the pandemic is not over. I feel personally, as a healthcare provider, that's my line of work. I work in a clinic. I see patients every day. We're going to follow Cal OSHA. Everybody in the clinic setting, all the providers, all the nurses, we all will continue to wear our masks. And any patient coming into the clinic, of course, we will promote getting vaccinated. And also, they will be wearing masks, because not only do they have to concern themselves with their own health, but also others in the environment. And we can't always keep that 6-foot distance. And, on the horizon, and not even on the horizon, the facts are there is a new variant. It's another one, a Delta strain from India, which is more, transmissible and ends up with a slightly more higher rate of hospitalization. But with that being said, I feel like, excuse me, we're in between a rock and a hard place. We have economic factors, political factors, however you want to label them, coming down from our state capital, saying that as of today, you can go about as if nothing is going on anymore. But I think we have to be really cautious. We have to be cautious because we are a small city, town, which relies on tourism. And this has always been my thought, is that our small business owners downtown rely on tourism. And so they can't know who has a vaccine and who doesn't. Also, in supporting them, as I think Dawn had mentioned, that it's still up to the private business owners to request or require that people wear a mask in their particular establishment. And I guess my concern or my comment is, how will the city of San Juan Bautista support these individual business owners in our town if they choose to take that route? How will you support them if you take down the signs, and how will you support them? And, they probably have concerns for their welfare and its staff, but, you're getting in a lot of tourists that come in and you don't know, and we can't ask, are you vaccinated? So this affects the small business owner that chooses to be extra cautious at this time. And I will still be extra cautious. I won't wear a mask when I'm walking outside or pumping gas, but I still probably wear it in a grocery store, Walmart, Safeway, wherever. I'm going to continue to wear that mask as a healthcare provider that looks beyond just the CDC, because often the CDC hasn't gotten it right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Fran Fitzgerald. And Fran, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Welcome, Fran.
Hi, everybody. A couple things. I wanted to also touch base on ABC regulations, that the ABC did send out a notification, a relief, talking about, you remember all the great things that they allowed for businesses to do during the pandemic. So there's several of those that are going away as of June 30th. And then there's another list of those that are staying until the end of the year. And some of the hot ones that I catch are restaurants are going to be allowed to continue to do to-go cocktails until the end of the year. And something that's going away at the end of June is going to be retail to retail. Basically, during the pandemic, places like Daisy's could go to the Windmill and buy product to sell in their bar. And so that's going away at the end of the year, or at the end of June. So I encourage you guys to read that notification from the ABC, and it lists out. The other big item that came out of that also is huge for us with parklets. If you recall, we were able to get the parklets license to serve alcohol very quickly. And so that's going to stay in place until the end of the year, again, December 31st. And on the topic of Zoom meetings, I'm of the opinion that I think that we gained a lot of people participating and people getting involved in our city because of the Zoom meeting. And I sure would hate to see that go away, because I think we've got some momentum here with people wanting to be part of what's going on. And I sure would hate to see that change. I love to see you guys in City Hall for sure, sitting up there, and you'll see us every now and then, but it sure would be great to continue to have Zoom in some way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your comments. Do we have any more?
No, Madam Mayor, that's all.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we do have one. Cara Vaughn just raised a hand. So Cara, we're going to have you join us. If you'll please unmute yourself.
Hi, Cara, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to echo the comments about Zoom. I hope we can continue to participate in the city council and HRB/PC meetings via Zoom. Hopefully that can be set up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So the takeaway on that is find out if we can still do Zoom meetings for the public or some kind of way to have public engagement without having to come down to City Hall.
So Shauna was sharing with us earlier this afternoon, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shauna, about half the cities are doing hybrid meetings. And we met with our tech team, Paul De Silva from Hollister, and their city clerk. And we are buying new cameras and new equipment for the council chambers, but we would have to buy additional equipment to patch in the Zoom meetings so that the camera would focus on whomever's speaking, regardless whether or not you're in a Zoom format or live format, and would make the meetings work better together. So there's an investment there that we need to make to accommodate a hybrid situation with the council at the dais and multi types of public input coming. So that may take more than a July 1 plan. But I don't know, Shauna, how did you understand the Brown Act? That was the important part.
Right. So the provisions of the Brown Act really have more to do with the legislative body. So the council or the planning commission would need to be in person, or we'd have to follow those provisions that require us to notice where that individual is if they're off site, and the majority of the council would have to be on site in council chambers. As far as the public side of it, there's no guideline or regulation on how the public can participate. It's really up to the agency. And what we've seen, some agencies continue in this virtual hybrid idea. Some are saying they're going to do it through September. Some are actually transitioning to phone call public comment in lieu of Zoom. In the regular meetings, the legislative body's there, but the public comment can be taken in person or by phone. And then some, which would probably be something that might work for San Juan Bautista, because we don't have that technology in place to allow us to continue in a Zoom format. So again, there's a lot of range of uses. I know there is some other software out there that is available to cities, very costly, unfortunately, but it allows the public to do kind of chat public comments through a council meeting. I think Salinas may have that software. So that's really what we've gleaned so far.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Things to look forward to.
And EJ Sabathia has raised his hand.
Madam Mayor, would you like to take another public comment?
Yes,
EJ.
go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Here he comes. EJ, please unmute yourself.
Hey, EJ.
Hello. Sorry, it takes so long to transition. I was curious, is the issue a software issue where the city isn't paying for Zoom any longer, or is it a hardware issue of not having the cameras and microphones?
It's a hardware issue. There's a certain piece of hardware where you have to get the microphones and the video and the Zoom feed all into the same device so that it can be broadcast over the television. So it's a way of integrating the three of them together. And when we tried this earlier in the process, it was very segregated. We had some council members from home felt left out because they couldn't, our internet access was bad and it was breaking up, and so it was a bad situation. So we went to 100% Zoom because our initial efforts with bad technology failed. So that's why we were looking at upgrading the technology, and it's just earlier this week looking at integrating Zoom into the mix by buying better technology. So it's physical technology, circuitry, etc.
Okay. I'm not sure if this is possible or allowed. Are people allowed to donate that hardware?
We get donations all the time. We need some blood right now with sugar in it.
Okay, I'll stop asking questions. But I
no. Sorry, Jay, I didn't mean that.
Nah, I don't want to be that guy. But I do know of places where we could either get things donated, and depending on the cost, might be willing to do it personally.
Interesting. That's an interesting idea. Okay. Thank you. Thank
Take
you.
his name and number down.
Yeah, we take donations.
We take donations. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much, EJ. Okay, almost finally. Discuss the issue of temporary basketball hoops in the public right-of-way. This is something that I asked for to have a discussion on. Take it away, City Manager.
So we received a code enforcement complaint. We responded, talked about it with the code enforcement officer. We agreed that if you wanted to keep your basketball hoop in the public right-of-way, it would require an encroachment permit. We don't have any exceptions or exemptions for basketball or hockey nets or other things in the street. So the letter went out to a resident that said, hey, when you're not using your basketball hoop, please bring it in off the street. And the resident was quite upset about that. And our new assistant city manager recommended that maybe we rescind that letter and announce to the community that we need to start enforcing this law, because we have 27 basketball hoops on 15 streets. That's a lot. And the reason they need to be removed from the street is because of for street sweeping purposes, parking obviously, and general safety. Pedestrians, bicycles, and cars can run into these things. Trash trucks, etc. So is an encroachment permit the best idea? A 6-month encroachment permit. And how does the council feel about a proposed letter announcing enforcement or not enforcing at all? So we did reach out to the individual who received the letter, I think we have sent him a second letter pending further action, and until this discussion and perhaps future discussions can happen. Do we want to do anything about basketball hoops, City Council, or maybe do as little as possible until such a time that we can provide more public basketball hoops in the city? I don't know. This is a new issue for me, and I haven't had a chance to talk to other cities about things that they're doing. But I do have access to a listserv like the rest of us, and I'm more than happy to put that question out there on the listserv. So with that, Mayor, have at it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Edge.
Well, I think that, kids have to have an outlet. They need to play. But when we had ours, we always kept it in the backyard. We didn't have it out in the street because I think they're ugly. And that was the main reason. And not only that, I didn't want the ball all over the street, and I didn't want my kids to get run over. So, that was the main reason I had it in the backyard. I think that we need to give probably the residents, the parents, ample time to if they want to bring them out, they can bring them out, but at nighttime, put them in their driveway or on their front lawn or whatever. And I think that we need to try and concentrate. I know, it's probably kind of a long shot, but we need to look and see where we can get a place, an area for the kids to play basketball. And the other thing that I thought of is a skateboard place, because, the kids are always over at the community center riding their skateboards and, you know, they're always out in the street. So maybe we could try and concentrate on some sort of an area for them to have to go to. But for the time being, I don't know, I think that it's probably best that we give, you know, our parents time to put their hoops in the backyard, or if they're going to have them out in the street, bring them back in the evening. But then too, you know, we're so limited with our parking. They do take up parking. So, you know, I really don't know what the solution would be. But those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Flores?
You know, that's a problem that we need to address. There needs to be some recreation for our youth, otherwise they wind up getting in trouble. Got nothing else better to do. And, you know, it's a community problem. But, you know, I agree with Mary, they need to take them up off the street because it causes a problem. But we need to find a solution for recreation for our youth. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
You know, after all these years of basketball hoops out on the street or in the curb, we get one complaint. I've not heard anybody getting in an accident because of a basketball hoop. I haven't heard of anybody swerving to miss a car and got in an accident because I've heard of even a kid getting hurt because they're playing out in the street. So it's, I mean, I get it, this is something we need to address, but if the hoop is taking up, you know, the base on them is only so wide. If it's taking up 2 feet or whatever, and it's it doesn't encroach in the street more than a car does, then I'm not worried about it. And we do have a place for them to play. That's at the grade school, and we need to kind of lean on the grade school a little bit about opening up those. I mean, I played there when I was a kid. I don't know what the deal is. They got a big fence around that place like it's a prison, for crying out loud. However, they let a whole bunch of adults play pickleball. So if people can play pickleball at the tennis courts, why can't kids play basketball at on the basketball courts? I mean, that's what's good for one is good for the other, right? So I'm not too worried about basketball hoops on the street, unless they're in the middle of the road or whatever. I can tell you right down here on North Street, these kids got through the whole pandemic, and they even had a volleyball net set up, and I never saw anybody complain about them. So it seems to me it's like we're making them out in our own mobile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Freeman?
So to follow up on what Scott said, the hoop on North Street was mine, and maybe still is mine, although we've moved it across the street. I'd like to remind everybody that when you fill those hoops with sand or water, which you have to do so they don't tip over, it's almost impossible to move them up on the driveway. So, you know, you can move them maybe on the sidewalk, but moving them long distances full of sand or full of water, it's a couple of 100 pounds. You'll need 4 or 5 people to do it. So I'd like to remind people that when you shrink the size of the road, you also slow down traffic, and that's a big thing for the city council. And so one of their auxiliary uses is to slow down traffic. Obviously, I was a basketball coach for several years as a volunteer at the San Juan Padres for the 8th grade and 7th grade teams. I'm very pro basketball, played it in high school. We have 2 people in our neighborhood who went on to play JC ball, and I attribute that to them coming down and being able to shoot hoops any time of the day or night. And yeah, they played at night. The street light was there. You know, and it's a wonderful thing. And I think we're just getting way too over the top into rules. It's just, so no one has any fun anymore. Come on. Thank you.
Thank you. I think during COVID, having basketball hoops outside was a tremendous outlet for our kids. It probably kept a lot of them out of trouble. If some of them had played basketball, they might not have gotten into trouble or caused damage. We're heading into the summer months again with nothing for our kids to do. So to take them off the streets, especially if we're not holding events until later on. But this is, like others have said, the tip of the iceberg. And we really do need to find something for our youth to do. And partnering with the school is paramount. They have the facilities. It's a public place for our public youth. So fostering those partnerships, like the Tennis and Pickleball Association did, to get the tennis courts resurfaced into pickleball courts, which is something that group actually did. It wasn't part of the city or the school, but they partnered with the school to have the students use them and learn the game. So to have another partnership with them to get the school grounds opened for basketball, whether it's certain hours of the day or certain days of the week, until we can find another outlet. We need to start having those conversations and forming those partnerships that we talked about at the beginning. Do we have any public comment?
I have one comment first.
Go ahead, John.
Speaking of the relationships with the schools, I have tried, and several other people have tried for the past 10 years to get the school to do that. They do not want to do that. We got to the point where they asked us for $27,000 to move the fence back so many feet so we could access basketball and volleyball courts. At that time, I wasn't on the city council, and no one on the city council wanted to pay $27,000 to move the fence. And they were asking us to do it all because they say they're broker than we are. So working with, it sounds really great to work with the school. I have at least 3 or 4 ideas on developing our own basketball courts. The best one is to get the city out of the community center, out of their public works house, and move it out to the to a well site or to the sewer plant, and then take that entire block, save some of it for the Boy Scouts, save some of it for basketball, save some of it for a skateboard ramp. And that's our property, and we can do that probably cheaper than $27,000. Not counting the move of the public works. But anyway, there's a lot of ideas. It's getting late, and I don't want to talk about it forever, but there are options. We just need to pursue them.
We do start needing to pursue them. Do we have any public comment? Thank you, Councilman Freeman.
Yes, we do. Jackie Morris Lopez, and Jackie, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hey, Jackie, welcome. I keep staring at the little phone going, unmute, unmute, unmute.
Yes, but going
Hey,
back to
Jackie.
the issue at hand was and thank you all for this meeting. It was very informative. I actually am enjoying it, but I know it's a long meeting. You're like almost 6 hours into it, you know. Grateful for all of the input, grateful for all you do. This was a very productive meeting. I just wanted to say that, and presentations were great. Anyway, to the issue at hand of portable basketball hoops, it does point out to a larger issue that a few of you council members and the mayor pointed out. I don't think this isn't about cutting in on anyone's fun. The issue is about codes that are on books. The issue is about a diversion of traffic on narrow streets. Some streets, as you know, all of you drive around, some streets, the neighborhoods have wider streets that can accommodate basketball hoops very nicely without obstructing traffic or causing safety hazards, and others not so much. So, you know, and also bad on the city staff, okay? Sorry, Don. Bad on the city staff for only singling out one person. It would have taken no time to have the code enforcer drive around the entire city and count all of the basketball hoops and send a letter to everybody, because I would be pissed too, excuse me, if I was that gentleman and I got singled out. So encroachment permits, that just sounds like just out of the question. I mean, common sense, you know, you're obstructing parking lots. You're, you know, if they're narrow streets, consider that, but you know, you got to treat everybody the same way. And the thing is that it's all leading to, let's get something going for the kids that really need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, there are no other public comments.
Thank you. Work we have to do. 8, City Council comments. Councilmember Edge, any final thoughts, words, comments, questions, concerns?
This was a very good meeting, great meeting, good discussions. I'm hungry and I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Don, you did a great job with all your presentations, and thank you, everybody, for all your comments.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor Flores.
Well, it has been a long meeting and I'm still hungry. Anyway, yeah, it was a productive meeting, but I think maybe we should, you know, look at what we have and shorten it and have another meeting, you know, on a different day, like we did during the pandemic.
Yeah.
Because we got this, I mean, 6-hour meeting is just ridiculous. You know, the government says that any meeting that lasts over 45 minutes, you're wasting your time after that. So.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
Somebody DoorDash him some cookies. No, good meeting, guys. Thanks. And thanks for all being so civil to each other. I appreciate that. I think we're doing pretty good here. So thank you. And thank you, Don, for the good evening.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
I agree. It was a very long, very productive meeting. We need to shorten the agenda by at least 3 items and cast out one presentation and save it for the following meeting. And it would have been a lot better, but a lot shorter. I'm not going to say better, but shorter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don, thanks for the meeting. You get to go on vacation in, I don't know, 15 minutes maybe. Go ahead, Councilmember Edge.
I just one more thing that I want to add. I am so proud of all of us, the way we interact, and especially Shauna. She makes it so. I love the way she tells people to unmute themselves, and I feel so we're so important. So we're so classy. I just love it. You add to our council.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I especially appreciate you, Shauna. I have a whole page of notes that are provided to me before each meeting. City Manager, final questions, comments, and concerns before you head out on vacation.
No, there's a pretty good to-do list, so I appreciate your patience as I step forward and implement this to-do list from tonight's meeting. I have, I think, 4 pages of notes. So thank you all for hanging in there. I apologize for the long agenda. Typically, the year end is long, so I'm hoping July will be much briefer and easier to get through. So thank you for your patience, and I'll see you guys Tuesday the 22nd. You'll probably hear from me tomorrow morning, and I'll be in touch till lunch or so, and then we're heading towards the Sierras. So if you need to reach me, feel free to reach out until lunch tomorrow, and then I'll probably be out of internet access. So thank you for your support.
Have a nice time off.
Yes.
Thank you. City Attorney Deborah Mull.
No, I have nothing to say. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Gracie. City Clerk Shauna Friels.
Ditto, no comments.
Thank you very much. I will now entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. Second it.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
All right, so lost. Yes. Councilmember Edge,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Yes.
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman,
Yes.
and Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
You are adjourned.
Thank you
Good
all.
night, everybody.
All right.
Everybody.